And ahoy, and welcome back, my friends. It's your friend streamer, Sabaton Lim here, back once again with another Call of Cthulhu Friday. How are you going, my dear friends? And hello, my little baby girl, Kitty. Where was I? No, furry kitty.
Oh.
But you're not the one crawling up on my chair. But you didn't crawl up on my chair saying hello.
Should I start?
Guys, don't get a girlfriend. Anyway, how are you going, my dear friends? I am glad to be here again and glad to have all you here. AJC Stomp, ahoy, and welcome to the stream, my friend. I hope you're going well. Let's jump in and say hello.
Episode of Dragon Ball Super, the Otherworld tournament. With basically Goku being Hank Hill and Jiren being Dale.
Okay, I like where this is going.
Welcome. Yeah, we were just discussing our favorite anime, King of the Hill.
Yes, we're that white and basic.
Yes. Welcome everyone to episode 5 of The Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. Tonight's episode is called The Coven of Cannich. And our investigators will be traveling to Scotland tonight.
Hey!
Okay, so last week you infiltrated and destroyed the Look to the Future Foundation, got your hands on some futuristic technology, and you've been resting up in a hospital in New York. You've spent about a week in the hospital recovering from your wounds, and you've barely had time to get accustomed to walking around without assistance around the hospital ward when you were visited one day by your plucky journalist contact, Vera Delacroix, and her new beau,
that
the
bitch.
accountant.
Oh, wow, just twist the knife a bit, why don't you?
And her new beau, Mr. Lee. Wilbur Wallace, you've been on a sabbatical for the last 2 months, and upon returning from your sabbatical, you received a phone call telling you that all of your compatriots were in a hospital in New York and that most of them had suffered near-fatal injuries. And so you have gone to visit them out of concern and a morbid curiosity to find out what has happened to them. And so here you are, it's late May of 1930, you're in your hospital ward, you're still lazing around, you're not able to move much without assistance. Vera and David are both puffing away on cigarettes, and Vera smiles at each of you in turn, and she says, "Well, so you told me about a week ago you was planning to investigate this order's activities in Scotland, was it?"
I just look away from it. Nothing to say to you. Oh my god! Okay, hold on.
Cthulhu goes
raw. Benzie, thank you so much for the $10 donation, and with the caption, Cthulhu goes raw.
Cthulhu goes raw, thank you. Also, making a rule here for role-playing streams, scene mode is not allowed.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Scene mode is not enabled.
Okay. At the end of last session, you were given 2 possible leads as to where to investigate the Order's activities, California and Scotland. You chose Scotland, and you tasked Vera with tapping her contacts and trying to dig up any important or pertinent information while you're in hospital before you actually travel to Scotland. And she seems to have come through. She takes a puff of her cigarette, brushes a lock of auburn hair out of her face, and she says, "Well, get a load of this." She says, "So, there's these 2 adventurers, I guess you'd call them, archaeologists, more scholarly term, I suppose. Henry Montague Hancock, an American big game hunter, an archaeologist, and his colleague, Dr. Adam Chisholm. Well, they were famous a few years back for some discoveries they made in Africa. They decided to move to Cannich, Scotland for a bit of peace and quiet. Rumor has it that they were starting up a dig of their own up near one of the locks. No official word to the press or any of the authorities on what they was looking for exactly. All seem to be progressing swimmingly, except, well, she winks at you and she says, "Take a guess."
I'm guessing our friends beat us to it.
She reaches into her frock and withdraws two black and white photographs from inside her chest, and she holds them out, showing each of you a picture of a middle-aged frizzy-haired man holding a huge elephant gun, and a picture of a slightly hunchbacked, balding older man wearing a pith helmet. She says, "Well, apparently, Dr. Chisholm and Mr. Hancock here have been missing for going on about 2 weeks now." She takes the photographs and she places them on Charlie's bedside cabinet. And then she says, "So I figure that might be the best place to start your little sojourn in the Highlands by investigating the disappearance of these two fine men." She takes a puff of her cigarette. She looks at David Lee, and he looks back at her, and then he blushes a little bit, and he shrugs, and he nervously chuckles, and he says, look, on Vera's insistence, I took the initiative of having some of your funds transferred into the United Royal Scotland Bank. So here, you'll need this." He reaches into his coat, and he pulls out a notarized letter, and he hands it to Charlie. He says, "So you go into any branch of the Royal Scotland Bank, and you hand them this, and you'll be able to withdraw any amount of your funds. Conversion's already handled. Fees have already been taken care of by yours truly." He says, "I hope you appreciate this little token of good faith." He looks back at Vera and then back at you with a hopeful look on his face.
That's
Well, thank you, good sir.
Oh, it's not like I really had interest in everything that was going on between you lots, so it doesn't pertain to me, so I just go, "It's definitely nice of you."
He stands up and then butts out his cigarette in an ashtray on a chest of drawers near the door. And he says, well, Vera, we'd best be on our way. That Broadway play is starting in," he looks at his wristwatch, "about 30 minutes now." She stands up and she brushes hair out of her face, butts her cigarette, and she says, "Oh, yes, I have been quite looking forward to this matinee." She looks at you all and she says, "Well, good luck, and do send a telegram when you get to Scotland safely." She smiles cheekily, and then both of them leave the hospital ward.
Appreciate everything.
You've been given your marching orders.
Are we all free to leave the hospital?
Yet later that week, you were discharged from the hospital, and you were picked up outside the hospital by Wilbur Wallace, who cheekily asks you if you enjoyed your, as he bleakly puts it, rest.
Gave me plenty of time to think, and I was so glad I was in the same room as the captain.
I was going to say, I'm honestly
no.
I'm honestly surprised he didn't immediately ask us about the guns and the armor that we had from the future. You'd think that would have taken his interest more.
Yes. Wilbur Wallace, as they are as they're getting their personal effects from hospital reception and packing them into the back of your car, you notice that they have amongst them 3 rifles that are of a design you've not seen before. Much sleeker and less pointy looking than firearms of the modern era.
Interesting.
Isn't it two rifles?
What do you
and my
have
handgun?
there?
Well, Blythe has one too. Yes, what do you have
That's
there?
right.
You guys, what explanation you guys going to give him?
Let's just say the was it the look to the future?
Yeah, look to the.
Let's just say the look to the future definitely emphasized on the future portion of their campaign.
Interesting.
We'll tell you we'll explain in the car. It's going to be an easier time that way.
As you are packing your belongings into the boot of Wilbur's car, Wilbur, I would like you to make a mechanical repair check, please.
Sure.
Hey, I still have my Kevlar vest, right?
Yes, you do.
Thank God.
Still have all the belongings.
Oh, that is a hard pass.
You examine one of the strange rifles, and it seems to be not fundamentally that different than conventional weaponry, just a more refined design. And the way
precise rifling and
more precise rifling, and to your amazement, it seems to be set up with the capability to fire up to 30 rounds in a fully automatic motion.
interesting. I'd like to jot down sort of like a rough blueprint of the mechanism that allows, with some notes about what materials have been used to perhaps incorporate the later date.
You quickly take a seat on a bench near the edge of the parking lot while they pack the rest of their stuff and jot down a rough blueprint. You don't think you can replicate the mechanism exactly, but you should be able to make a full auto mechanism for your air rifle.
My God. My God.
Wow.
Interesting.
Somebody's having a good day.
Will that require some time alone in the workshop? Or...
Yes, it will. It will. But you now are able to make it.
Wonderful.
You then climb into your car and begin to drive everybody to the harbour where Christopher's Mayflower Mark II is moored, ready to immediately begin your journey to Scotland.
Oh, yay, we get to go on the captain's boat again.
I'm keeping my cabin locked.
Wilbur Wallace drives you to the harbour, and he parks in the parking lot and lets you out, and you quickly make your way to the jetty where the Mayflower is moored, in the same spot you left it a week and a half ago. You see the same sailor as last time, on duty today, and as you approach, he salutes you, Christopher, and he says, Captain, time to sail on your fine vessel once again?
Yes. Raise anchor and set sail for Scotland.
He says, Scotland, the Highlands. He jots something down on the registry in front of him. He says, before you go, you are aware of the firearms laws over the pond, right?
Do I know of these firearm laws?
Maybe. I would like Charlie to do a law check, please.
Okie dokie. Where's my war at? That's exactly just an extreme past.
So you are aware that, like most countries in Europe, open carry or possession of firearms is not permitted. And when you went to Hungary, you were able to get permits through customs to bring your firearms in. In the UK, this is simply impossible, and you will be required to either surrender your firearms here, stateside, or surrender them at your port of arrival in the UK.
Oh. Ads.
The only exception to this being if you are able to obtain a letter from a landowner in the UK stating that you have the right to hunt on his land.
Oh,
So, wait.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
hmm.
So, how much work would it be to disassemble the air rifle into a unrecognizable form?
Well, you'd have the whole voyage to do it. If you're not going to surrender your stuff here, then you do have the whole voyage to do it, and that's a 6-day journey. So
Cool. So I could basically make my weapon entirely
unrecognizable. Yes.
Yeah.
at the very least, we could keep the weapons coats.
Yes, and your melee weapons are fine.
Would,
Okay, all of my melee weapons that I definitely have.
Would
Well,
my forgery
can-
skills...
You can
work in
acquire
this?
one very easily, Charlie. In fact, as you were discussing what to do with weapons, you see hobbling up the jetty behind you the massive form of Dan Blythe. And he's gazing at the ship moored in the harbour, and pale in the face, he says, I'm still in half a mind as to whether I'm game enough to go with you guys on this one. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a chocolate bar and stuffs it in his face, and then smiles cheekily and holds out the tripod.
Oh.
There ain't enough food on my ship for this big guy.
So is he giving me the knife tripod, is he?
He's allowing you to take the tripod with him.
Would my forgery skills help with acquiring the document sort of thing, or...
Yes, they would, actually. At least for yourself.
I mean, I can take the tripod. Failing that, I can always find something myself.
Yeah, they'll be easy to come by in the UK.
Fair
That
enough.
is a pass.
All right, I'll get to that in a sec.
Yeah, I might just thank him for it, but it's like, look, nothing personal, but I know who that belonged to, and Disno and I didn't exactly get along, so you hold on to that big guy, you might need it.
He shrugs and then, through a mouthful of chocolate, says, no harm done, no problem. And then he slings the tripod back over his shoulder, and as he does so, you notice several chocolatey fingerprints on the side of it.
That would be the other reason why I didn't take it.
So how would one go about getting a contact in Scotland?
Well,
Such a
when
pervert.
you get to the UK, you might be able to befriend somebody or make contact with somebody who can provide this for you. Edward Rivers, Smithy, may be able to try his hand at forging one. He has the forgery skill. There are multiple ways, but you decide it's probably better to at least take your firearms on board your ship.
Mhm.
And so you thank the dock worker for his time and make your way onto the vessel and set out for the 6-day journey. Okay, so in this time, Edward Rivers busies himself in his in the cabin below deck, doing his best to forge the necessary paperwork. So that was just a normal pass you got there, Smithy?
Just a regular pass, yeah.
Just a regular pass. Okay. You were able to forge a letter written by a Scottish landowner of your own creation, basically fabricating his name based on something you read in a newspaper once, stating that you have the right to hunt on his land. However, your forgery would not hold up to very close scrutiny, and as such, to avoid anyone wanting to inquire deeper, you only listed yourself on it.
Mm-hmm.
Asshole.
I was going to say,
Well,
could I
if
do
the
a lord check
captain
and-
was to give me some special privileges, I might, you never know what'll happen.
No.
So I'll be able to do a lore check to see if this thing actually will hold up properly, or are we just working on that? No.
Yeah, go ahead, make a hard law check, and you may be able to assist him
Oh, a hard lore check. No.
in making it a bit more.
I might have to push that. I was excited because I got a regular pass first, but No, you're on your own, Chief.
Yeah. You look at it and it does seem legitimate on first glance. However, obviously the name on it and the deed to the land that is written down are fabricated. So anyone who bothers to check into these things would realize very quickly that it's not real. And there's not really much else you can do to make it seem more legitimate. And you can feel free to add everyone's names onto it if you like, but keep in mind that if there is a large number of people listed on it, this may provide more incentive for the customs officer to actually try to contact that person and verify.
It's fine.
Okay.
So, during this time, I'm going to forego the sea shanty and lock myself in my cabin and study the gun and make sure the door is barred.
Yes. Study the AK-47, you mean?
Yep.
Can I do the same with my my desert?
Yeah, with your Desert Eagle, you can go ahead.
First, anything for that?
I would like Wilbur Wallace to please make a hard mechanical repair check.
Yep.
Oh god! Oh god!
Hello.
Yep. Okay. Who's that?
Oh my believe.
No, that's pass.
That's a pass.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus. Are you wearing headphones, Dale?
No, I'm not, but I haven't worn headphones in weeks.
Oh, well, I don't know who we're getting the feedback from.
I'm pretty sure that was Tom.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
I don't see how to be getting feedback because I've got the setup exactly the same as.
Well, I'll chuck me headphones on quickly, just to be safe. I didn't wear them last night when we were playing. I didn't wear them yesterday in D&D, and that's a controller. Grab them. Luckily they are right here. Bear with us, guys. Okay, so that was
difficulties.
that was now. Where's the headphone jack on this laptop? Because I haven't actually bothered to look for it.
Please hold.
Please hold. Like a little picture of Cthulhu there with holding up a sign saying technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Is it on this side? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Okay, so that was a hard pass, was it, Tom?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so during the 6-day voyage, you disassemble your gun and you try to make it as unrecognizable as possible, doing your best to disguise the various components as mundane items. This is easy for some of them, like the bicycle pump, but for others, such as what is very clearly a shotgun barrel, you have to put in some effort to incorporate them into other devices. They appear to be ordinary parts of other pieces of equipment. In the process, you also manage to make and fit your new firing mechanism to the gun, meaning that you can now fire up to 3 bullets in a round. However, you still have to reload your air rifle after every shot.
Sure.
You can fire 1 and then reload, or you can fire up to 3 and then reload.
Yeah. All right. No worries.
Now, Liam and M2, please make firearms checks.
Just normal.
Just normal ones.
Yeah, that's a pass.
That is what? Yep, that is a 36 out of 40.
Okay, so you spend most of the voyage examining these futuristic guns, figuring out how they work, how the firing mechanism works, how the magazines slot in, and you come to the conclusion that they're pretty much the same as regular guns, just a bit more refined. And you take a couple practice shots over the side of the ship, get a feel for how they work, and you think you've got a much better handle on using them. Probably not as good as someone who would have been trained with them in the time period where they came from, but enough that you may be able to fire them a bit more reliably. I'd like you to change the malfunction on both of these guns to 98, please.
Nice.
Mine was already 95.
Yeah, 98 now. You've got a better malfunction.
Oh yeah. Sorry. I just went D&D logic for a second.
It goes up to 98. Okay. And the rest of the voyage is pretty much uneventful. You soon arrive in Scotland. Let me see. Yes. Just skip it. Okay. You soon arrive in Scotland, and from the Firth of Clyde, you travel by train via Perth, some 200 miles through the green, majestic highlands, the city of Inverness. The city of Inverness is located at the end of beautiful Glenmore. It's a large town of about 25,000 people. Its fine buildings, beautiful setting, and cultural amenities have earned it the title the capital of the Highlands. While it is not big by American standards, or indeed the standards of other places in Europe, it is the largest settlement in this region of Scotland and will pretty much be your last stop before heading out into the countryside to the small village of Cannich.
So did the weapons get left on the ship, or?
Yeah, for the meantime, so we don't get any.
Except for yours, Edwards. You are able
I am going to leave the futuristic weapon on the ship to not draw extra attention. But before I went away, I went to the captain and said, "These extra rounds could be more useful to you than they are to me."
No.
But you are bringing your musket.
I'm bringing the musket, but I don't want to draw extra attention by having a unusual weapon.
Yeah, I'm still bringing my blackjack.
That's fine.
Until we get confirmation that we can.
Yeah.
As your vessel moors in the Firth of Clyde, were accosted by a burly, bearded dock worker, and he says, "All right, you know the rules. Any firearms to declare?"
Not by me.
Nope.
Will I have this?
You show him your letter. He briefly looks at it, and he says, "Aye, you may bring that into the country, laddie. Anything else must be left aboard your vessel."
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I would like Wilbur to please make a luck check.
I do enjoy the idea of me, getting all my guns out before we leave, because I have about 4 different firearms in my pockets.
You briefly present your bags and luggage to the dock worker so he can have a brief look at them to ensure you're not bringing in any hidden firearms. He looks at he looks through your belongings very briskly, humming a strange tune to himself, occasionally muttering, "Yes, oh, but wait a moment," and picking up the occasional item to examine it closely. And he eventually finds nothing out of the ordinary. He slaps a sticker on each of your bags and then says, "All right, laddies, in you go. Welcome to the country. Enjoy your time." You then take a train via Perth through the Highlands to the city of Inverness. This will be your last stop before travelling out to the small village of Cannich. And hello there, Dan Blythe.
All right, how are we going to get Blythe into the country?
Simple. I was going to say simple. He probably flew over.
Yeah. So Dan Blythe did eventually requiesce and agree to come on board the boat. You just didn't see him the entire voyage as he locked himself.
How the fuck did we miss that fat asshole?
No, I
He
wondered why the ship was always on a lean.
He basically locked himself in the cabin, never coming out, and spent the entire time in bed with seasickness. And he's still looking incredibly woozy as he steps onto terra firma, his pale face matching the color of the cloudy skies above.
My God.
And it takes until you are standing on the train platform in Inverness, stepping out onto the main street, that some colour has returned to his face. At least enough that he's able to place his suitcase on the ground, unlatch it, reach inside, and pull out a bag containing roasted chicken legs. And then plonk himself down on a nearby park bench and begin nibbling on them. As he does this, you see his face slowly return to its usual pallor.
Holy hell. Do I need to roll for a heart attack check?
Nope. You haven't exerted yourself. Okay, so you all take a moment to get used to the fresh, chilly air of the Scotland Highlands and the white, cloudy sky above that never seems to yield, that never seems to show a speck of blue, and you must decide what you would like to do next. You will have to hire an automobile to make the drive out to Cannich, but Inverness is a pretty large town, and there are a couple things you might like to do here, such as perhaps pay a visit to the local police station, or check in at a local library and see if there's any old articles or anything that you can dig up about the two missing archaeologists.
I definitely like to look into both those options, but first I need a weapon of some description.
Yes. Very well. So you're going to look for a place to purchase a weapon. Very well.
Yeah.
I would like you to please make a spot hidden check.
Alrighty. That's a pass.
You step out of the train station into the streets of Inverness, pulling your coat tightly around you as the bitterly cold wind nips at the base of your neck and whips your hair around your face. And you search the surrounding streets, walking through what passes for the high street of this sizable town. And you end up finding a McDougall and Sons sporting goods store. Pull your cloak further around your body and then enter the store. The glass door, the wooden door creaking as it shuts behind you. And you soon find yourself in a dimly lit store filled with shelves stocked with all sorts of sporting goods, from cricket bats to soccer balls to tennis rackets, and even behind the counter, a couple of hunting shotguns and ammunition. A muscly bearded man wearing a kilt looks up at you from behind the counter as he approaches, and he says, "Now you've got the look of an outsider there, laddie."
Just say, yeah, fresh off the plane or boat, whichever one it came in on. Looking for. I was gonna say, I'm in the market for something to help defend myself. If you take my drift.
Aye, defend yourself. Planning on doing a bit of spelunking up near the loch, are you?
That is the idea.
He says, yeah. Lots of foreigners been through here in the last month or two, ever since those two eggheads started their dig up there. He scratches his beard and he looks around and he says, tell you what, you can't go wrong with a good thick cricket bat, eh? And he gestures towards the shelf to your right, which has a which has cricket wickets, balls, and cricket bats.
Well, not my first option, but hey, if it's made of solid enough wood, I could go for a round.
I would like you to please make an appearance check.
There we go. All right, nice 50-50 chance. Ooh, that's a hard pass, almost extreme.
As you briefly look at the cricket bats, he then winks at you. He says, "But you look like the type who gets into a bit of a scrap now and then." He says, "So, maybe you're into historical reenactments, maybe?"
What do you have in mind?
He silently gestures for you to follow him. And he leads you into the dusty back room of the store, through a door simply marked reenactment. And this room is filled with all sorts of historical reenactment supplies, from tartan kilts and traditional armors for each Scottish clan, and most importantly of all, a rack containing an array of replica swords and pikes.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, then,
Pick a
this
blue
definitely
bat,
seems-
add
this is
some
definitely more
nails,
of what we're
maybe
looking for.
tape a cricket ball to the end.
Okay, we just got a $10 donation from Remy
Yeah.
saying pick a blue bat, add some nails, maybe tape a cricket ball.
Well, I thought
Thanks,
I'd do
Remy.
something fun with it first, but
Thank you,
at the
Remy.
same time, I can't exactly say no to a sword now.
Well, I could help you with
He
the
also
sword.
gestures. He
Mhm.
says, "So, have I stirred the historical reenactment spirit inside of you, laddie?"
I could definitely see making my way through a few reenactments with these.
He reaches for one of the broadswords and he smiles at you as he leads you back out to the counter. He quickly types something into the cash register and writes something down on a piece of paper. And he says, "Oh, no, laddie. So that'll be £60. £60 is, in your money, the equivalent of $40.
Oh, fantastic! I thought it was going to be more. No, I'll pay that.
Oh, being a
Actually, sorry. It is more. It is going to be
Damn it.
70. It is going to be $70.
Ah, son of a bitch! I shouldn't have said anything.
Being a replica, how are there any disadvantages to these?
Yes, there are.
Is there a way we can fix that?
Well,
Wait,
it's
I might be
been
able to fix
forged. Might be. The best way would be to reforge it. Well, the thing is, it's basically a functional sword. It's just not made to be as strong, and it's not as sharp.
Damn.
So it's going to count as a light sword, which is just 1d6 plus damage bonus.
Well, it's better than me just going in with my fist. How much would the cricket bat have done?
The cricket bat would have done, as a small club, 1d4.
Okay, so it's definitely better off with the sword.
Yes. And actually, I was incorrect looking at the weapons table. It's going to cost you the equivalent of $30.
Oh, okay then. So, yeah, no, done.
Yeah.
Done.
And you don't have to worry about conversion of currency, as on your way, before you caught the train, you did indeed drop off the notarized letter at a major bank branch and withdrew your funds in the local currency. David Lee had already taken care of that and already paid all the fees, so you were able to withdraw all of the cash you currently have on hand in the local currency.
Smart man.
So he puts the sword through the cash register and he tears out a piece of paper with a handwritten receipt on it. He says, "No, is there anything else?" He folds his arms and he sort of surreptitiously gestures towards a hunting bow on the wall behind him.
I am more of a marksman than I am a straight-up brawler. What What can you offer me in that bow section?
He says, there's laws against hunting with firearms, but not against bows, at least especially used for sports. He says, now, this one here, I'd be willing to give it to you for $40, and it will deal 1d6 plus half damage bonus, and you will be able to use your firearms with it.
Okay. That was 1d6.
Plus half damage bonus.
Okay, and the sword does 1d6 plus damage bonus.
Damage bonus, yes, but it's a melee weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, you can run that in as well.
He pulls the bow off the table and he grabs a couple of arrows and sticks them into a plastic canister, and he grabs your cash and puts it into the cash register and shuts it with a loud chime, and he smiles broadly at you. He says, now you look like you're ready for a hike up into the hills.
Oh, thank you very much.
He says, you have a good trip, laddie, as you leave the store. Okay. So, is there anything else you guys would like to accomplish here in Inverness before heading out to Cannich?
Really the same currency.
I mean,
So you can look around if there's anything you need to buy. You can visit the local police station to see if they've got any leads about the 2 missing men you're looking for. You can visit the local library to see if there's any information there.
Yep.
Or you can just book a rent an automobile and get ready for the trip out to Cannich.
I might buy another first aid kit.
You guys all know that I love a good library.
Don't you still have the first aid kit from last time?
No, I use that keep M2 stabilized.
Oh yes, but that was a military surplus kit, which means it can be used 3 times.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yes, so it's still got 2 more uses left, I'm pretty sure.
First
that's okay.
aid.
I still have an adrenaline shot.
Yes.
2.
If you think you're going to need any torches or other adventuring supplies, you may go ahead. Otherwise, we can begin investigations.
Does my torch carry on from last time?
Didn't you throw your torch at someone last time?
Oh,
Yeah, but he still has 1 left though, because he originally had 4 of them. Remember?
Yeah. Oh,
And he seems to have used 1 every session so far. So
And I still have my night vision goggles.
yes, you still have the night vision goggles. So keep in mind that those will eventually run out of battery.
Yeah. We can't just keep abusing them.
Yeah, and because they're from the future, you can't replenish the battery.
Yes.
Plus, I feel like Wilbur
You
would probably
can't
beat the
replenish
crap
the
out of us.
Yeah,
for it.
you can't replenish the battery. Wilbur might be able to find a way.
Oh,
No,
God.
Once again, surprised Wilbur hasn't already ripped one of them off of us.
Well, he didn't.
This time.
This time.
He only knows about the guns. He only knows about the guns. You didn't show him the Kevlar vest or the night vision.
That's right, I've got the vest as well.
Yes.
So I use my skill to reverse engineer it to an extent, like a very archaic night vision goggles. But M2 can keep using it.
Yeah, well, that's what. If Wilbur goes to do that, you and him will combine mechanical and electrical repair roles. That is possible to do.
Oh yeah, I might as well ask if he shopkeeper has body armor though, because I don't have any.
He says, now see here. He says, maybe you're into a little bit of historical reenactment, in which case, maybe a little set of chainmail.
Oh my god.
Look at us getting medieval in Scotland.
Did you not see the outfit I came in? Of course I'm into reenactment. Just looks over at the captain and winks.
I would like Edward Rivers to do a charm check, please.
Because I'm so charming.
You right over the boat.
Just saying, yeah. just seeing me go into battle with hardball detective with a trench coat and a sword
and a bow and arrow. Would you like to push that, Smithy?
Why not?
Oh.
McDougal the shopkeeper lets out a big guffaw, and he says, Yes, I can see you're the type you like to dress up and pretend you're on the battlefield. Aye, it's that sense of pretend of a wee little child, isn't it?
A wee little lad.
He is willing to sell you both a set of replica chainmail for $40 each.
I can do $40.
These are replica chainmail, and so they will only offer one armor.
Well, if that's the best it's got.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that doesn't have it?
Wilbur and Dan Blythe are both unarmored, I believe.
I'm too fat.
Wilbur, are you interested in purchasing a set of reenactment chainmail for $40?
Interesting. So, reenactment chainmail. Yes, actually, I think I would.
Okay, that will grant you 1 point of armor. So you spend $40, and then Christopher will spend $40. You got them at a discount because of Edward charming the man with his love of historical reenactments.
Now, do I still have my instant deployable stealth kit, or is that one use and done forever?
You'll have to spend some time working on it to get it back into usable condition. But
Cool.
You don't have to rebuild it, so it would just be a normal mechanical repair.
Wonderful.
So you all leave the sporting goods store, laden down with swords, a bow and arrow, and 2 sets of chainmail.
I'm loving this.
What else? What else would you like? Despite the fact that the chainmail is heavy on your body, it doesn't do much to stop the bitterly cold wind from blasting your body and chilling your skin.
But it does look fabulous on you, Captain.
It does look fabulous on the Captain, though.
I'm just happy I'm wearing a trench coat.
Yeah, I would say, how can you have a look? It's underneath everything.
Oh, he knows. He knows.
Oh, God.
I have my
Wilbur's
ways,
just wearing,
Captain. I have my ways.
Wilbur's just wearing his on the outside and looking like some sort of futuristic space man clad in metal with all these gadgets and everything dangling off him.
You just need the captain to look at him and just have a flashback of
It's a Darth Vader.
Yeah, reminding him of stormtroopers and going, if only, if only.
One day. One day.
Meanwhile, you come out of the store and you find Dan Blythe waiting for you. He's standing on the sidewalk and he's holding a plastic bag. He's holding a paper bag in his hand with the word haggis written on it in marker.
No.
Oh, no.
He smiles and he says, "Thought I'd try out some of the local cuisine."
Yeah, you go right ahead, buddy. I wouldn't deprive you of such a fantastic treat.
Such culinary spots.
Yes, that.
Oh, what else would you like to do in Inverness?
Do we want to start investigating on these guys disappearing, or what are we doing?
Well, wherever there's a library, you can find me there.
All right, so would you like to split into 2 groups? One person takes the police station, one group takes the library?
Well, I'm going to be better suited for the police station.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to the police station too.
All right, so that's going to be Blythe. That's going to be Blythe, Christopher, and Charlie. Meanwhile, Wilbur and Edward will take the library. Very well. We'll do the police station first.
I'm not very good in a library. I think I'm
But you have high intelligence though, so you're probably a better fit than either Blythe or Elwood or Christopher.
I'm not saying I'm not intelligent. I'm more street smart than book smart on this.
Christopher just went to the police station to get away from me.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. Second,
I'll catch up with you soon there, Christopher.
You head to... Okay, so Blythe, Elwood, and Christopher. You make your way down the main street and a couple of blocks from the train station. Beside City Hall, there is a grey stone building with a big golden police badge emblazoned on a glass window facing the street, and a sign hanging above a glass door that simply reads Constabulary.
Alrighty.
This guy is Constabulary.
You push open the door and you find yourselves walking into a sort of small little reception lobby, although it's not really big enough to be called a lobby. It's basically a small room that Dan Blythe is barely able to fit into, with a counter with a young red-haired man with freckles typing something on a typewriter behind it, and then directly to his right, in front of the counter, a moth-bitten green sofa. Opposite that is a small community notice board inside behind a glass barrier. As you walk in, you notice emblazoned in plain view on the notice board a kind of wanted poster. Which I'm bringing up in the chat.
Spock, is that you?
Wanted for murder and kidnapping, known only by the name Balfagor. £1,250 reward for capture and conviction. Date of birth, circa 1890. Place of birth, unknown. Male of average height. Thought to be a recent resident of London. Anyone with information about this criminal's whereabouts should alert their local officials or telegram New Scotland Yard. I would like, at this point, Christopher, Blythe, and Elwood to all please make intelligence checks.
That is a normal pass for me.
Can I spend 2 luck points?
Yep. Well, it's a group pass anyway, because...
okay, never mind.
Yes, no need to.
I won't.
As you examine the wanted poster, your mind flashes back to just over a week ago. In a green tint, a computer screen in the bowels of the Look to the Future's headquarters.
Oh, crap.
Oh no, Remy.
Reporting. Balfagor reports no success in finding the disc in Scotland.
Of course.
The red-haired freckled man looks up from his typewriter and he clears his throat. And then he says, "Can I help you there, lads?"
Is my detective thing isn't really... Oh, so my private eye thing isn't really going to help out in this conversation now, is it?
You still are able to sort of give off an air of being in law enforcement, but no, your badge would not do anything.
Yeah,
here.
wrong side of the world for that, but...
You're financially corrupt?
So any law checks you do here will be with a disadvantage.
Ah, dang. By the way, looking into the...
would he be able to get that disadvantage just turned to normal because a captain, someone who was in the service?
Well, no, because you'd be rolling on a different stat for that.
Okay.
Yeah. You'd be using charm for that. Yeah.
I do too. That's right, yeah, I forgot.
So, meanwhile, Dan Blythe's good at persuasion.
I use persuasion to try and get him and the captain to sort of talk on the same level as if, oh yeah, he's from the service, you'll understand. So at least any advantage rolls that Liam can probably roll for.
So, given that Christopher is from the service, perhaps in this case, Dan Blythe can ask the receptionist about, say that you were investigating the disappearance of these 2 American archaeologists who just so happen to be old Navy friends of the captain.
No, you guys go ahead on that one, then I'll just take notes.
All right. So in that case, I would like Dan Blythe to please make a persuade check.
All right, we're gonna roll now.
Lovely.
Nice.
That's more than a hard pass. You finish chewing the mouthful of haggis that you're eating, and then you clear your throat, and you say, good day, good sir. I'm Dan Blythe. I'm a film producer. I'm assisting Captain Christopher Jones and his entourage here. We're investigating the disappearance of Mr. Hancock and his associate. Both of them are old friends of the captain from the service, and we haven't heard from them in several weeks, and heard that they appear to have gone missing of late. The young man looks at you, puzzled for a moment, and then he scratches his head and he says, "Well, it's not really an open investigation, but look, if you speak to Inspector Liam McDougal, he's the one who's currently handling that report. Just take a seat and I'll have him be with you in a moment." He gestures towards the moth-eaten green sofa. You all take a seat except for Dan Blythe, who remains standing, as there's not enough room on the sofa for him with the other two of you sitting down. You wait a few moments. Eventually, the red-haired young man gets up and he disappears through a door behind the counter. You hear voices from the other side, and then about 3 or 4 minutes later, the door opens and the young man emerges again, this time accompanied with a portly man with black hair and a moustache, wearing a constable's helmet on his head. He gestures for you to come and join him in the office. You get up and you follow him into the office. The office is rather small, and inside there's only a desk and a filing cabinet, nowhere for you to sit. He takes a seat behind his desk and begins flipping through a stack of papers, and he finally finds what he's looking for, gets it out, holds it in front of him, and then he looks up at you and he says, so you're looking into the two archaeologists, I'm told.
Yes, they're two of my old service buddies from back when we served in the Navy.
He says, aye. He says, yes, well, I'm Inspector Liam McDougal, and I'm in charge of that case, in so much as it is a case. He begins perusing the piece of paper, and he says, so, what would you like to know exactly?
Sorry, just the last one. God damn it, now I started doing an accent.
Hey, Scottish accents for all lads.
Okay, try to talk without going into an accent. Good lord. Yeah, just to know the last whereabouts.
He looks and he reads the piece of paper and then he shrugs. The rotund civil servant speaks. When he speaks next, is somewhat apologetic. He says, well, we've not been able to locate Mr. Hancock nor Dr. Chisholm. They fired their help up at where they were digging at Loch Mullerdock. Their house is closed up. The car is on blocks. There are reports that they had a change of plan and returned to Africa, and I have to admit it does look that way. Changes of plans often occur, but we admit we've found nary other traces of them so far, such as them purchasing steamship tickets or having registered at hotels. So legally, yes, they are missing persons, but we have no leads. So I know about as much as you do in this case. If your search turns up anything significant, I'd appreciate if you call me immediately. he thinks for a moment, and then he pulls open a drawer on the front of his desk, and he produces a key ring with a key on it. He says, if you're planning on heading up to Cannich, this is the key to Mr. Hancock's house. We had a quick peek downstairs, but nothing of note, he says as he looks away. I'd like all three of you to make psychology checks, please.
Psychoanalysis bitch.
That is a 21. Do I have psych?
Oh, that's an 8.
That's an 8. Okay, that's fine. Charlie Elwood passed.
Oh, cool.
You notice that he dismisses that after he says he and a few other constables had a quick wee look inside Hancock's house, but he doesn't seem willing to elaborate on that, simply stating, "We found nothing of note." Despite this, however, he seems to... It's strange that he seems to think you would want to investigate the house. After all, there's apparently nothing of note there.
I just want to reply, since they're old Navy buddies of me, we have a certain kind of code we like to communicate in. I could hopefully find some sort of weird communique there.
He says, well, go ahead, feel free, take the key, let yourselves in. Just a wee little bit of advice. Don't spend too long there. A couple of the other constables and I, we had a wee look. We didn't find anything. He just looks away as he says it. He says, he looks at you and he says, I wouldn't want you to waste your time there is all.
I asked the constable something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask him, can you tell us about the situation prior to investigating the Hancock house? What's the general atmosphere regarding his house? Is it something...
He looks at you and make a spot hidden check, please, M1.
Alright, let me get back in the room. Alrighty. Spot hidden. I'm not going to spot a donut in the trash can and rescue it, am I?
Got it at 60, so... Wait, no, you don't. You don't have it at 60.
Mine
is that
I've got it at 40, yes.
Yeah, but you pass anyway. You notice him look at you with a very, very brief moment of hesitation. Then he just smiles and he says, it's normal enough. Big garden, Mr. Hancock and Dr. Chisholm liked spending time in the big garden. It's well maintained, normal enough house, just it's out of the way, Cannich is a small village and the house is on the outskirts of Cannich. It's lonely out there up in the mountains and, well, it's a little bit quiet, and sometimes the quiet atmosphere, well, I'll admit it might get to you sometimes. That's why I prefer to stay close to home, if you know what I mean.
Well, this is our first attempt at going through an odd house.
He looks at you and then smiles as if dismissing your comment. He chuckles and he says, haunted house? No, nothing like that.
Oh, I haven't said anything.
Of course not.
I just said odd.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, what are you hiding, buddy?
Yeah.
Well, he seems to be holding something back. How would you like to coax it out of him?
I don't think... Okay, I could either do this, either intimidate, because I'll have a high intimidate and a medium charm.
Yeah, but if you blow the intimidation thing, you're basically openly threatening the...
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Can I use persuasion?
If you like. Cool. Make a hard persuasion check, please.
What I'm going to try and do is I want to persuade him to say, hey, I have a lot of pull in the performance industry and all the art industry. I can bring a lot of money in. Certain people can benefit from things.
Ooh,
Is
would you
that-
like to spend? Would you like to spend? Would you like to push that, or would you like to spend 5 luck?
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna spend 5 luck.
Right.
That's going to come to bite you in the arse, you know.
Oh no.
You tap the
man.
tripod. You tap the tripod, and you waddle forwards, and you say, "Now, see here. I got a lot of pull in the film industry, and I'm assisting these fellows. And if you help us out, at least enough that I can get a good handle on what happened, compile some footage, and make a marketable story out of it, there might be some money coming into your little town here. Some more money for the constabulary, if you get what I mean." He looks up at you and he says, "All right, I get that," but he leans forward and he lowers his voice and he says, "Look, you're not to repeat any of this to anyone outside the room, least of all any of the other constables here in the constabulary. I'd be the laughing stock of Inverness, I would."
Understandable.
He says, "So, myself and one of me other constables went to pay the house a visit. Now, the first floor, we got a good look of the first floor, not enough to have a decent look around and find anything of note, but we were able to make our way to through the first floor unmolested, right? But we make our way up to the second floor, and all of a sudden, everything grows cold, like the worst Highland winter cold, but no obvious source, no draft or any wind coming through, no broken window. And then, well, before we got a chance to figure out what we're going to do next, we're assaulted by some sort of ghoulie or ghosty, the spirit of Mr. Hancock himself, if I were to hazard a guess. Now, we weren't trained for that, so we hot-footed it out of there, and since there isn't no constabulary in Cannich, village is too small for that, we couldn't call for backup. Backup would be 3 hours away back here in Inverness, so we locked the house back up, chalked it down as nothing interesting, came back here to Inverness and filed it as an investigation reaching a standstill."
Go on.
I was going to say, that's lovely flashbacks to the first lovely house that we went to.
Yep.
Load up on the salt.
More crap in the basement. Yeah, I was going to say, let's just grab some salt on the way there.
Yeah.
He says, "Now, look, I know you're serious about finding your old friend, but if you do plan on heading down to that house, maybe you might want to arm up first." He says, "My brother owns the sporting goods store a few blocks away from here." And he says, "Look, I know you're not allowed firearms, but, you know, a good blade or cricket bat might work in a pinch."
I just
I was going to say, we kind of just start shuffling different bits and pieces going. We may have already had the privilege of meeting your brother beforehand.
His eyes twinkle and he says, "Well, all good then, and no offense, but if you're heading into that house, better you than me."
That's what they said last time.
I just say to him, due to previous encounters, shall I say, does your brother happen to sell salt?
He says, "Well, you could find salt somewhere in town. Me brother wouldn't have it in the sporting goods store, but I'll tell you what, when I went down to Cannich to look into Mr. Hancock's house, there was a nice old little inn and a little general store, and they'd probably have what you need."
Second inquiry. This dig site, can you tell me more about it?
He says, "No, the dig site's up near the loch. That would be Loch Mallarduck. Now, you see, in order to start a dig site there, they had to register to get a permit from City Hall. Now, Cannich is too small, and it's officially part of the county of Inverness. So everything sort of had to go through me, you know, as the chief inspector here in these parts. Now, all I've got is what they wrote on the permit, and that's that they were looking for, what was it now? He strokes his moustache. Artifacts from the Roman Empire. He seem to believe they found some sort of old Roman temple up there, buried in the ground, an old temple to some sort of old god.
Would this inspector have the authority to give us the gun permits?
No.
Okay.
He says, no, if you like, I could probably pull some strings and you can head into City Hall next door and I could get you a copy of the permit.
Yes.
Yes.
He says, very well. He tears a piece of paper off a notepad in front of him and scrawls something down. He says, this'll give you authority to get the records pulled. Just hand it to the receptionist next door and old old Anne there will be willing to help you.
Thank you for your time. Just one more thing, because I'm very worried about my friends. Are you sure there's nothing else you found in the house? Nothing that you're not willing to tell us? I'm just extremely worried.
He says, well, you know, we had a brief look while we could, and, you know, we found all sorts of old trophies from his big game hunting days, you know, animal carcasses, taxidermy, trophies, animal heads. We were about to get a further look into his trophy room where he had some old artifacts and knickknacks, but we were promptly chased out before we had a chance.
Chased out by what?
He says, well, the ghosty, of course.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think it's salt time.
Yeah.
He says, well, good luck, lads. He says, well, good luck, lads, and might I say, if you do find anything and you feel like throwing a tired old inspector a bone, you can get a hold of me via telephone through this number. He writes it down on a piece of paper and hands it to you.
Oh, yes, detective. You scratch your back, we'll scratch yours.
He says, now, have a good day and do take care of yourselves.
Get my captain's hat.
Mm.
You exit his office, thanking him for his time, and then you exit the police station. You quickly... You just have enough time to register the cold air once again as you duck into the city hall next door and walk through the larger wood-panelled lobby towards the counter where a kindly-faced old woman waits. You introduce yourselves and hand her the piece of paper. She takes it and she says, just a moment, dearies. And then she shuffles into the back room. A few minutes later, she emerges with a single piece of paper and she hands it to you. And she says, this is what we got on record. I hope it's what you need. You take the permit and you look over it. And it appears to be a permit to construct an archaeological dig on county land. The reason, as stated down in the application for the permit, is that Mr. Handcock and Dr. Chisholm have learnt that it is the location of an ancient Roman temple from a text that they translated. The text apparently informed them that in this area there was an old Roman expedition, short-lived, but an expedition that had just enough time to establish a temple to a lesser-known Roman god, translated as Aela Zathoth.
Oh, god damn it.
I'd like the three of you to make Cthulhu Mythos checks, please.
Boy, I think I'm up to 20 now.
That is a 15, so that is a regular pass. Yes, regular pass.
I just missed that. I'm not spending luck.
it occurs to you that that the word Aelzathoth may be a mistranslation of the elder god Azathoth, a particularly powerful elder god and the center of the cosmos.
Boo.
Boo. We're in the town hall, correct?
Yes.
May I apply for a firearms license?
The old lady looks at you and she says, well, you have to show us a letter from the Lord who's willing to let you hunt on his land.
Oh yeah, that's right, you need...
We don't have that.
Yep.
She says, unfortunately, as much as I'd like to, and Inspector Liam next door is usually kind enough to pass the permits without much hassle, we really are bound by law here, and we can't do anything without a letter.
I understand.
They're a lot different across the pond than over here.
Mm-hmm.
This... town halls normally have blueprints of the houses, yeah?
Yes, they do.
Can I ask her if I can see the blueprint of the house?
Print for Hancock's house.
Yeah, for
Very
Hancock's
well.
house.
She says, well, that's not the sort of information we just hand out to the public unless there's a good reason for it.
We've just spoke to Detective Liam, and we're just about to go up to my... I explained that they're old Navy buddies from the service, and we've just talked to Detective Liam. We're going up there to perform our own investigation. So the detective knows all about that we're going up there.
Make a charm check with advantage, please.
Somebody says... 14.
Ooh, very good. She sighs and she says, well, very well. If your old friends and Inspector Liam gave the go-ahead, I'll be back in a moment. And once again, she hobbles off into the back room to retrieve the blueprints.
Score!
I now have to copy them out of the book, so give me a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for thinking smart.
Okay, here we go. I just got to copy it out, so they're going to take a moment.
Yep.
And I'm going to put it in. I'm going to put it in Cthulhu rules, so it doesn't get buried in
good.
Good plan, smart man.
Okay. Desktop. She emerges a few minutes later with a yellowed envelope with the word Hancock typed neatly on a label on the front, and she hands it to you with a kindly smile. You unfold it and find within a blueprint of the Hancock house. I'm going to upload it. Desktop Hancock. There we go. The house appears to have 3 floors. This blueprint will prove to be immeasurably valuable for you as you investigate the house.
Hooray!
You thank the old lady for her time, and you exit the city hall, stepping back out onto the chilly streets. Meanwhile, Edward Rivers and Wilbur Wallace head down to the library, a few blocks away from the train station, along one of the smaller streets off the high street. There is a large stone building modeled after a medieval castle, complete with battlements and parapets adorning the facade on the very front. You enter and find yourselves in a well-stocked but relatively confined library, one that appears to not have been visited much based on an ever-present cloud of dust that seems to linger in the air. There is one librarian on duty, a frizzy, orange-haired woman wearing a name tag that reads Lizzie. As you enter, she smiles at you and then busies herself sorting books in a small plastic box on the counter in front of her. Next to the box, a sign reads, "Library assistant available, £1 per hour." So, what would you like to do?
Start
Start
perusing
searching?
the books.
Yep, just doing a general search, looking for mentions of the 2 missing men before you do any more specific searches. I would like you both to make library use checks, please.
Oh my god. Can that be pushed?
Yes, you can push it.
There we go. That's a pass.
Okay, Wilbur, make a library use check, please. I'll make one for him.
Hi, guys.
100. I'll do yours first, Smithy. So you search through the library and you find in amongst a shelf at the very back that has a sliding rack of old newspapers, you find an article referring to the 2 men. I'm going to bring that up so you can see it. Cannich, and that is Cannich Papers 4. It's an old newspaper article with the headline, "Member Returns from Congo Basin." Henry M. Hancock disembarked at Southampton recently after a 2-month expedition somewhere along the Congo River's drainage. The accomplished archaeologist indicated that he and Dr. Adam Chisholm had some success in locating evidence connected to an unnamed place termed by Dr. Chisholm as a semi-mythic location. Owing to Dr. Chisholm's unfortunate illness, their expedition was interrupted, and publication of their findings must await a fresh trip into the canyons of the Ituru Kendi. The partners plan a new expedition next year. Meanwhile, they look forward to the bracing air and sturdy views of Scotland as they rest near Inverness. Mr. Hancock would not comment upon a recent lurid article appearing in a London daily, The Scoop, except to castigate whoever is responsible for attributing feverish dreams to his stricken friend and partner, Dr. Chisholm. I would like you to make an intelligence check, please, Smithy.
That's a pass.
So reading between the lines of the sudden illness that followed their expedition to Africa, it seems likely to you that they discovered something in Africa that, at the very least, drove Dr. Chisholm to temporary insanity. And that although the article reports that they were looking forward to moving to Scotland for some privacy and fresh air, you indeed think that perhaps their findings in Africa have directly led to them conducting another dig here in Scotland. Now, Tom, you there?
I'm still hearing faint signs of life.
Tom, do a library use check. Okay, Bartleby hath fallen.
So he's actually asleep again.
I believe so. Wait.
No, I don't.
Wait, I'll try to wake him up. Tom! Wait.
I mean, I could have yelled.
Let me give him a call.
Yep, I can hear snoring.
I mean, he's out. I don't blame him.
First D&D, now this.
Wait, what happened with D&D?
Remember when he fell asleep during D&D?
We used to do that all the time. We used to have like the long sessions. He'd just fall asleep in the chair across from us.
And it got clipped.
I think it's safe to say we lost him.
Yep. And he's gone.
We are without him. There we go. Tom's back. You awake, Tom?
My net dropped.
Oh, your net dropped. We thought you were asleep because we heard feedback from your microphone that sounded vaguely like snoring.
We all just kind of assumed the normal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Make a library use check, please.
That is a fail.
That is a fail. Would you like to push that?
No, thank you.
Would you like to spend $5, which I believe is in your spending level, to hire the librarian to assist you?
Yes, please.
Okay. While Edward Rivers is searching for things in the library, you head over to the frizzy-haired girl. She introduces herself as Lizzie, and you pay her for 5 hours' work as she assists you in searching the library for mentions of the two men. Please make a library use check with advantage. And you may add 10 to your skill for this purpose.
Hooray. Hey, good old Lizzie.
That is... I'll spend 5 points of luck there.
Yep. So you
Actually,
find...
can I just push?
Oh, yeah, you can push.
All right, I'll just
You can
push
push
then.
with advantage.
All right, pass there.
Pass. Okay. You find amongst the old newspapers in their sliding rack at the back another article from about the same time as the one Edward Rivers found concerning one of the two men. It is published in a London tabloid called The Scoop. And it's an excerpt of an interview between Dr. Chisholm and The Scoop. Dr. Chisholm describes what appears to be an encounter with gigantic blood-sucking leeches.
Oh,
he
God.
states the rainforests there are absolutely trackless. It would take an army to hack their way directly through. One must approach circuitously to the north and then all the way down from the top of the watershed, taking advantage of the river flow to be carried into the canyons. The Scoop says, "It was in the unexplored canyons that you found a new danger, was it not, sir?" Dr. Chisholm, visibly shuddering, says, "Yes, the experience nearly drove me mad. Being forced to run the gauntlet of the river-borne dinghy was utterly terrifying. The things are like motile leeches, but much larger, the size of horses. Lord, and they are very good swimmers. One of them can exsanguinate a man as quickly as you or I might skin a rabbit." The Scope says, "Dreadful, yet you plan to go back there." Dr. Chisholm says, "My good friend Hancock is keen on it, and I've learned to trust his judgment utterly. By next year, my hands will be steady enough for anything." I'd like you to make a Cthulhu mythos check, please. Cthulhu mythos check, Tom. There we go.
Which one it is anymore?
Is that a fail? Would you like to push it?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Nice.
Okay. Based on the description in this article, Dr. Chisholm could be describing one of two mythos creatures. The first would be a doll, a large worm-like creature, although you don't particularly remember hearing accounts of them sucking blood. The other would be a Chthonian, an earth-dwelling creature typically found underground, not as similar to a worm or a leech as a doll, but known to exsanguinate its victims.
Oh god, they're crossbreeding.
I would like you at this point to please make a SAN check.
Gee, I wonder why.
Fail.
That's going to be 1d3 SAN loss, please.
Giant fucking leeches.
Wonderful.
There you go.
Okay. You have found some information about the two men. You now have a couple more things that you might look into. given that they were searching for something in Africa, apparently found it, and it was horrible enough to drive one of them in his own words, nearly mad. There might be a connection between this and their dig, which is currently being undertaken in Scotland. And so, you have the opportunity to try and research folklore specific to this region to see if any of it relates to, or may relate to what they were undertaking. I would like Edward to please make a history check, while Wilbur makes an occult check.
Well, I'm off to bed, guys.
All right.
Enjoy your session.
Remy
Good luck.
just donated $10 and said, "I'm off to bed, guys. Enjoy your session. Good luck."
Thanks, Remy. Stop spending $10 over and over on us.
No, give me money. I need it.
Is that a pass, Smithy?
Yes, that is the pass.
Okay, and how did Wilbur do on his occult check?
Is a pass.
Ooh, okay, so that's both passes, which is enough to find this piece of information. Pooling your insight together and searching sections of the library that are relevant to your specific fields, history and occult, you manage to unearth several promising treatises of the surrounding folklore of the surrounding area. And at this point, you discover one piece in particular. I'm going to bring it up in the chat for you. It appears to be a summary of a Roman expedition to the loch, north of the area of Cannich, and attached to it, wedged within the pages, is a note left by a person who was previously either translating it or studying it. And here it comes in the chat. It reads, re the expedition to Loch Mulladock. Nematian led his troops in an attack from the east while Marcus slipped in from the west. They met inside the temple where the last guards were slain, but Belphegor had fled through a door into another world. Marcus cut down the serpent priests with his sword, and Nematian tried to break the golden disc. All of his efforts failed until Marcus lent him his sword. The sword cut through the disc, and with a few strokes, the disc was cut into 3 sections. Nematian was building a fire to melt it down when a great beast came from the mountain and attacked the remaining soldiers. Its wounds healed themselves as fast as they were inflicted. Marcus discovered a serpent priest who had escaped the slaughter of his companions, and when he killed him, the beast went mad. The ground began to shake and the temple collapsed, killing all but Marcus, who was pushed through the doorway into the other world. The rest of the expedition died in the rubble. Attached is a note from one Andrew McBride reading, "An interesting tale, is it not, Your Eminence? I've verified several parts of the tale. Platorius Nepos was the governor of Britain during the period. Hadrian's Wall was built between 122 and 126 AD. Beyond these facts, little can be discovered. I hope you have enjoyed the account, though I fear I'm not much of a storyteller. My prayers are ever for the continued success of our efforts to bring salvation to our fellow man. Sincerely, Andrew McBride." I would at this point like Smithy to do an intelligence check, please.
Okay. Yep, that is a hard pass.
So once again, you recognize the name Belphegor in this text, being attributed to a text from nearly 2,000 years ago during the height of the Roman Empire. Furthermore, you pay particular attention to the reference of the golden disc, remembering that the Silver Twilight's agents are searching for the Rillia disc in Scotland. The Rillia disc, of course, being one of 3 artifacts they require, in addition to the Ark of Lactose and the Raise Rillier ritual,
Ark of Lactose.
yes,
Yeah.
Ark of Lactose, required, along with the ritual of Raise Rillier, would be required to significantly increase their chances of awakening Great Cthulhu and bringing his lost city of Rillier to the surface prematurely.
Why can't people just learn to die properly in these things?
According to this text, the disc was cut into 3 separate sections. There is nothing further to tell you where these 3 sections are, or even what became of them. Would also like both of you to make Cthulhu Mythos checks, both Wilbur and Edward.
That's
My pass.
Yep.
For
That's,
both of you.
Damn.
You
that's
also
an extreme pass.
You also recognize the references to serpent priests in the text. Serpent people, half human, half serpent abominations that dwell deep underground or in mountain caverns, usually in service either to the serpent god Yig, or, if they are rogue members of their race, in service to the evil god Sathogua. I would like both of you to make sand checks, please.
Well,
Fail.
Pass.
Okay, so for failing, Wilbur, you're only losing 1 sand because you've gazed upon Sathogua.
Ah, yes.
But, Edward, you are going to lose 3.
No, he passed.
Yes.
So lose 3 for a pass. Okay.
Actually, for pass, you lose 1, sorry. For a fail, it would have been 3. But Wilbur only loses 1
I remember
for
that
a
guy.
fail. Yes. And suddenly your interest is piqued, as there's no mentions of strange technology here, but you do recognize the reference to the large toad-like abomination you encountered back in Hungary, and you begin to look forward to the rest of this investigation with relish, wondering if you'll get to gaze upon that creature once again. And so your research in the library is complete, unless you can think of anything else you would like to look into.
Would I be able to just have a look and see if there's any way to, or any other ways of getting firearms? Is there like a section with a way of getting extra firearms into the area?
I would like you to. Would you like to hire Lizzie's help to assist you?
Yes, I will for this one.
Okay, because she still has a couple hours left in her shift, so make a law check with advantage, please.
Yeah, no, neither of those.
Would you like to push and do it with advantage again? Go ahead.
Here we go again.
Yeah,
No.
Nope. Unfortunately, their selection of volumes about law are quite slim, and you can't really understand most of it anyway. So unfortunately, it looks like the group is going without firearms, at least for now. Except for you and Wilbur, of course. So you've concluded your research in the library. You pay Lizzie her fee. She smiles a pleasant smile at you and bids you a good day as you exit the library. Take one last look at the mock minarets on its facade, and then rejoin the rest of your compatriots. You've reassembled as a group. You take a moment seated across a picnic table in a small park just off the main street. The cold wind not deterring Dan Blythe from finishing off the rest of the haggis he bought.
Storing some of that in his rolls.
As you confer with each other and share what you have learned in your respective lines of inquiry. Only one thing remains at this point, and that is to hire an automobile to take you up to Cannich, which will be, according to your map, a 3-hour drive into the mountains.
I'm not sitting next to Edward.
You're not sitting next to Edward. All right, you're going to
Well,
sit
you
next to
never know.
Dan and Blythe.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
But then I forget into.
I would like all of you to make credit rating checks, please.
Plot thickens.
That is a 9.
After me.
Ooh.
That
was
is
nice.
a
93.
So is a 9 a critical
that is a hard pass.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is an extreme.
Okay, that's a group pass. That'll do.
Oh, it's an extreme
Um,
pass for my critical rate, for my credit check. I've never done that.
Yeah,
Well-
it's a group pass, and don't worry, I'll take that into account momentarily.
I did that regular.
I do know regular.
You get
you.
up from the picnic table and you begin to walk down the main street until you come to, at the very end of it, a short distance away from the train station, a car rental lot. The man there is fat, wearing a woolen green jumper and speaking to you in a thick Scottish burr. He informs you that you can hire a motor car to head up to Cannich, and he proudly shows you what he claims to be the best machine in his possession, a 1926 Morris Oxford 1.8 litre 4-seater.
Oh, yay.
It doesn't hit Dan. It's a Morris.
Through his thick Scottish burr, he informs you that it will come with a full tank of petrol, but if you should run out, there should be a petrol station in Cannich, and however, any refills will be paid for out of your own pocket. He then folds his arms and he says, "Now, lads, I'm willing to let you have this one for 3 days. And you're going to have to pay $50 for the 3 days rental."
Nope, he's Scottish.
Huh. Scottish
You
drunk.
manage, after a few minutes of your brain attempting to pass his accent, you come to the conclusion that he is offering to let you rent the car for 3 days for $50.
Is that for all of us?
For all of you. Not $50 each.
Fair enough.
$50 all up.
That seems
So in
fair.
that case, would you each like to pay $10?
Sure.
Done. So what was the car?
The car is a 1926 Morris Oxford 1.8 litre 4-seater limousine.
Oh God.
1920.
Would you like to
Oh my
put it up
God.
in the chat? Put it up in the chat so our viewers can see what car it is if you'd like to show them.
I mean, it's nice. I just don't see how it's going to
Fit the
fit
Blythe.
something.
Fit
Well, definitely put
Blythe.
it in there.
Lovely. Well,
Arrgh.
it should be enough to do
Yeah.
the 3-hour drive through the mountains, and Blythe will probably as he looks at Blythe, the man gestures to the one next to it, the 6-seater variant. and he says, "Hey, on second thought, you'll maybe need the extra room, lads." Which translates roughly to, "On second thought, I think you'd better go with the extra room, lads."
I need extra room for the twins.
And he gestures to the 6-seater variant, giving Dan Blythe a seat all of his own. You hand over the $10 each and spend a few moments in the man's office filling out the rental papers, and then you climb into the vehicle and begin the 3-hour drive to Cannich. So, who are you going to nominate as your driver?
I haven't got driver auto, so I've only got pilot.
I have a 40. What's everyone else got? Can anyone else drive?
I
don't speak English.
I don't. I only got the standard to drive.
can. I've got, I think, 20.
All right, so it looks like Charlie Elwood is the driver.
Oh, hot diggity.
So first of all, I would like Christopher Jones to please make a navigate check.
I have a navigate.
You
Yeah,
should.
I
You're a
see.
captain.
I should, yeah.
I'd be
Oh, I do
really
too.
fucking concerned if you don't.
Gonna be like, you're a sailor, that's one of your occupation skills, you should have it.
I go by the stars. That is a 13, so that's a hard pass.
When you reach the outskirts of Inverness, you park the car on the side of the road, and you all get out, and you gather around Christopher as he unfolds the map that you bought of the Scottish Highlands and begins to make sense of all the differently coloured lines that represent roads, rivers, and mountain ranges. And he manages to plot a route to Cannich, which, provided you drive at a respectable speed and don't get bogged or lost along the way, should see you to Cannich within 3 hours, just around 5 in the evening, just in time to find a place to bunker down for the night. Fold the map up, and you climb back into the car, Dan Blythe taking up the backmost seat, all of his own. And although his haggis is empty, he has already gotten started on a large box of chocolate bars, still in their original plastic wrapping, which he tears off as the engine bursts to life.
Was
and
that
he
the
reaches
candy
in.
or the engine?
As the engine roars to life, it is joined by the sound of Blythe ripping the plastic wrapping off the box of chocolate bars as he reaches in and funnels one of them into his mouth.
That's how he's cheating his diet. He opens up a new candy bar each time there's a loud sound.
I was going to say, what diet?
and he proudly says through a mouthful of chocolate, nothing like a good road trip. Little countryside.
Jeez, Captain, how far away are we?
I am leaving the window down.
I would now like Charlie Elwood to make a drive auto check, please.
That's a 13, so it'll be a hard pass.
Lovely. You are able to follow the roads, and although after a while the terrain does grow treacherous as the roads begin to snake through several mountain passes and up and down hills, you manage to keep the car on the road, and you are on track to reach Cannich at the predicted time. On the way there, Wilbur Wallace, you are looking at all of the supplies that have been wedged between the front seat and back seat, the things belonging to several of your other party members, and you notice hanging out of Christopher Jones's backpack a strange set of futuristic-looking black headgear.
Interesting. Do you mind if I step forward to prod them?
Christopher, will you
how
allow
does one
Just leaning forward in the front seat.
Just leaning over Blythe.
Blythe is in
Blythe
the
is
back
in the
seat.
back. Blythe's in the far back.
Blythe's in the far back. You're in the middle.
Oh,
the rest of you are
okay.
in the front
Yeah,
and middle.
if
Yeah.
he was
Okay.
if he was trying to lean over Blythe to get to the front seat, he'd never make it.
Yes, I do. I just warning to be careful with it.
You take the headgear and you look at it, and you even put it on for a spell. And as you put it on, make a sand check, please.
Oh my god!
I see everything.
Pass.
You pass. You lose no sand as you slip the headgear on and immediately are almost blinded as the drab, cloudy sky above turns into what seems to be as bright as the surface of a star. And you
that's right.
conclude,
It's the middle of the fucking day.
Yeah.
and you conclude that this headgear seems to be some sort of futuristic device that amplifies light, allowing one to see in the dark. I would like you to make a hard mechanical repair check, please.
Oh, come on. Go. Ooh, can I push that?
Yes, you can always push it.
Oh no! You broke my goddamn
Okay.
goggles.
Getting their goggles broke.
As you pull it apart, you begin to dismantle parts of it to have a look inside, and you're fiddling with one piece of one mechanism that looks particularly promising, and then you hear a loud crack as it snaps right off under your fingertips. and you sheepishly shrug as you place it back where it was and try to close the headgear. Okay.
Right.
In order to fix it, it will now require an electrical repair check, which I believe Blythe can do.
Oh no, just kind of cool.
You hand it, pass it over the back seat toward Blythe, and you drop it onto his flab. He picks it up, and Blythe, please make an electrical repair check.
I was gonna say, has the captain actually noticed any of this? Oh,
Not
God,
yet.
mine.
Blythe, you notice that the mechanism that Wilbur broke off is actually part of an electronic circuit board of some kind. And so, even with your large salami-like fingers, it's not much effort at all to thread the wire and cables back into the correct place and make sure it holds tight. You smugly hand it back to Wilbur. Wilbur, would you like to attempt to do that again, knowing that if you break it this...
Push. Oh, wait. Actually,
like
if I don't push,
yeah,
will it break?
If you don't push, it won't break. It's been restored by Blythe back to working order. If you push and fail...
I won't push.
All right. So you just, You can't figure out how to make it work. It's mainly based on electronics, something which is a science that's in its infancy in the year 1930. And so satisfied that Dan Blythe has managed to just restore it to working order and repair the damage you did, you sheepishly put it back into Christopher's backpack, making sure not to mention the mishap you just had.
Oh.
The 30-mile drive to Cannich takes more than 2.5 hours. For much of the way, the car parallels the River Bewley, a highly regarded salmon stream. At other times, the road winds through a maze of crofts, renters' fields fenced with stone, in which potatoes, oats, turnips, and barley are grown. Some fields are tiny, others are of 10 or 20 acres. On the hillsides, herds of Cheviot sheep graze placidly. The green and stormy mountains are beautiful, and the weather blustery and salty as it sweeps in from the sea, blowing in through the open front driver's side window, chilling Charlie to the bone. As the clouds above you begin to glow a dull red, as the sun begins to set, you pull into Cannich, a small village of not more than 100 people, crowding the high road at the intersection of the road to Glen Urquhart and Drummond Drorit. This town is small and doesn't have much in the way of amenities, but it seems to be a friendly enough place, used to strangers passing by because of the sports fishermen who drive through here on their way to the loch up north. Most of the buildings are set out along the main road with a couple small streets branching off. And you see 3 buildings of note right here, just either on the main street or on the small roads branching off. Some sort of inn with a sign facing the road, proudly proclaiming it as the King's Head Inn. Opposite it, a small stone building with a shop window facing the road filled with fishing lines, fishing poles, and other various supplies with a sign reading McNabb's Emporium. And next door to the inn, a tiny post office, once again with the wanted poster for Balthagor emblazoning its facade. You could also head straight onto Hancock's house, which is a short drive out onto the outskirts of the village.
Oh no, not without the salt.
Well,
So what will be your first order of business?
Salt.
Gents, shall we send a telegram to our good friend?
We haven't.
Let
we
him know
haven't
that we've arrived.
Each of you roll spot hidden checks, please.
Alrighty.
That is a 10. Yes, 10.
Pass for me.
That's a hard pass for me.
That's a fail for me.
As your car slowly meanders down the main street, you notice that both the post office and the general store are closed. According to your wristwatch, it is about 10 minutes past 5.
Alright,
leaving
I guess
you-
we'll just.
Leaving you with no choice but to perhaps park at the inn for the night and continue your investigation promptly in the morning.
Fair enough.
You turn your car into the King's Head Inn, its large sign and car park welcoming travellers. You step inside the small cottage-like building with a roof designed to look as if it's thatched, even though you can clearly see modern roof tiles underneath. The inn has a full bar, a small dining room, and 8 rooms to rent spread across 2 floors. A blonde-haired man looks up at you from cleaning a glass, and as he does so, 2 men sipping drinks at the bar briefly look at you before grunting and returning to their bottles of beer. The innkeeper folds his arms as he places the glass on the counter, and he says, "Aye, welcome to the King's Head Inn. I'm Fergus McInnes. I'm the innkeeper here and the bartender too. I assume you're on your way up to the lock and you're passing through the town?"
We're actually on the way to see a house of an old war buddy of mine. Whatever the
He
name
says,
is.
"An old war buddy. Well, Mr. Hancock."
Mr. Hancock, that's
He gestures you to come and take a seat at the bar, and then he reaches under the counter and pulls out 5 bottles of Scotch whiskey.
Hey.
5 small bottles of Scotch whiskey, which he places on the counter in front of you. He notices the looks on your face, and he laughs, and he says, "Aye, don't worry about it. Ain't no such thing as prohibition on this side of the pond." He uncaps the bottles for you, and he says, "Policy here, we welcome travellers. They are the lifeblood of our little village. So first round's always on me, lads."
Well, thank you. I grab my
Cheers.
bottle and go,
I'm just sitting there going.
cheers,
"No
Captain.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there going, no prohibition and a free drink on entry. I think I could like this place.
I decide to smoosh
He
the
says, "Well,
decide to smoosh the urn a bit more and take out my flask and go, here, have a taste of my own special American whiskey.
It's
make
rather
a
good.
make a charm check, please."
No.
That is a 2.
He takes your hip flask and he nods and he takes a sip and he says, "Ah, weak as piss, but I can't complain." He says, "To each his own." He says, "Here, I'll put a little bit of drop in your scotch. Make it more palatable for you." And he starts to mix a couple drops of Christopher's whiskey in with your scotch. He then says,
Nice.
He then says, as you start to sip your drinks, he leans back, grabbing a glass filled with whiskey of his own. He takes a sip and he says, "Now, I gathered from your accent that you're Americans, and so, of course, my next thought was that you're friends of old Mr. Hancock and his compatriot."
Aye.
He says, "Well,"
Mm-hmm.
he says, "unfortunately, Mr. Hancock and the fair doctor have been missing for several weeks now." He says, "Constabulary came up from Inverness, looked around the house, and said they didn't find anything of note. Said they decided to head back to Africa, but, I think they, well, forgive me for saying, I think they ran afoul of a much worse fate."
A much worse fate, you say?
He says, aye. He says you're outsiders here, so I don't suppose you've ever heard of the Coven of Cannich.
Can't say we have.
No.
Would Wilbur like to make an occult check?
I would like to make an occult check.
Well,
Thank you very much.
If I've got a cult, would I have known?
That's pass.
Oh yeah, go make an occult check and see.
Ooh, that's a hard pass.
You two have both heard of the Coven of Cannich. You've seen it mentioned in lists of witchcraft practitioners, and it's thought to be a coven of witches and warlocks, native to this part of Scotland. For the most part, they are unremarkable, not much different from most other witches and warlocks. However, in this case, what makes them famous, or rather infamous, is that they are known to sometimes cavort with otherworldly creatures, sometimes mentioned in some texts as people who are more reptilian than human.
Interesting.
So, the fancy people over there, yes.
You regale the bartender with everything you know, and he's impressed with your knowledge, and he says, well, there you have it. You obviously like to read a lot on local superstitions, eh?
I love a good library.
Not much to do on those when I'm on the open water, so I got is my books.
He says, aye, well, most in these parts think of the coven as nothing more than superstition. But I've been in these parts for a long time, and I've learned better than to discard anything just because it sounds outlandish. And knowing what those two men were looking into, old ruins and artifacts and the like, I wouldn't put it past them that they've run afoul of the coven.
Well, trust me, we've seen our fair share of heebie-jeebies.
He looks at you and he says, aye. He says, forgive me for for not inquiring any further in that matter. I prefer to keep to myself and stay out of trouble.
It's quite understandable.
He says, however, though, I suspect if you're working on picking up the trail of your two friends, then you're going to be spending quite some time in the village, and so you'll be needing a place to sleep, he says as he winks.
Oh, why, yes, of course.
He says, well, there's 5 of you, so I can give you a room each for, we'll say $5 for 3 days' time. Unless you want to bunk together, I got a couple rooms that have more than one bed.
Don't put
Well,
that
that's
idea
fine.
in Smithy's head.
The captain and I are very well acquainted at sharing a room.
No! God damn it! Why?
I just grab my money because the captain and I will share a room.
No! No!
I think he's already paid.
I am not staying there.
Well, I'm only taking a room to myself, so yeah, you have fun with that.
Well, you could have one with Wilbur if you like, and Dan Blythe can get his own.
Dan Blythe is happy to pay extra to sway public opinion.
So,
my plan was
Dan
I'm staying
Blythe.
up.
So Dan Blythe, you actually hand over the money and pay up $5 to rent a room with 2 beds, but just for yourself.
Again.
The man takes it and he looks up at you and he says, I figured that'd be your option. Now, if you're gonna be pushing those 2 beds together, you best not leave a big bloody hole in the middle. He says, and if I'm grossed out while I'm cleaning out your room after, I'm gonna ask you for another day's fare.
You better pay up now.
Payment up front.
Payment up front.
You reach into your wallet and hand him another $1. Reaches into his pocket, pulls out a key ring, and then detaches one of the keys. He says, this'll be yours. Now, so what are the rest of you doing? Are you going to share rooms?
I've paid for a room for myself and the captain.
All right.
I plan on staying up and regaling the people with my war stories.
Very well.
I was gonna say I've got a room to myself, or I'm basically just staying up and lamenting my current situation in life.
Yep.
Just
And-
casual, not even like a full inner monologue, just sitting there going, monsters, witches, warlocks. Part of me misses the days where a person would just go missing and it was just because he was fucking someone else's wife.
All right, you get to roll your internal monologue check at the end of the night. Then.
I wasn't doing a full-on internal monologue.
Right.
It was
Just doing a brief one. Yeah.
Just a very brief, just like lamentation.
Okay. So Charlie Elwood, Dan Blythe, and Wilbur, you were each paying $5. Christopher and Edward, you are paying $2.50 each, as you get to share a room together.
I've paid for the full room.
Oh, okay. Christopher, you pay nothing, as Edward pays the full price for the room for 3 days. You have a few more drinks and make small talk with the bartender, and then you head up to your room.
No, I'm not going up to the room. I'm not going up to the room.
Well, you have to go to sleep eventually, and the bartender's not going to stay up all night, so you don't have much of an option here.
I have $50. Stay up with me.
Well. Just run out of options.
So everyone else retires to bed while you remain downstairs having some more drinks and making small talk with the bartender. And at some point he looks over at the ornate wooden clock in the corner of the room and he says, by God, it's nearly 2 a.m, lad. You'd best head off to bed. I'm hitting the sack for the night.
I just grip the bar stool. Please, don't make me go.
He says, well, you're free to not go to bed if you want, lad, but I've got to turn in. I've got a business to run.
I love that this naval captain that's obviously been to war and whatnot is... find the brave the stormiest of seas, but is absolutely terrified with sharing a room with another man.
I would like
of men.
I would like Christopher to please make a power check.
Oh God, you're gonna get fucking exhaustion for not sleeping.
What is my power? That is a 48, which...
Okay. You manage to stay up the rest of the night without getting exhausted, but you're definitely going to have to sleep the next night, or you're going to be down for the count.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the rest of you, Dan Blythe made sure to rent a downstairs room, so he doesn't have to climb up to the second floor. And as the rest of you try to make yourselves comfortable, you hear banging and clanging from downstairs, which is the sound of Dan Blythe pushing the 2 beds in his room together.
Actually, it's probably banging and clanging from my room as well as I'm tinkering with whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Wilbur, alone in his room, reassembles his air rifle and makes sure he can hide it under his coat so it's not clearly visible now that you've successfully smuggled it into the country. Is there anything else you would like to do before you go to bed, Wilbur?
Not for the moment, no. Actually, I might go acquire some salt and rearm the.
Oh, we'll probably have to wait.
portion
You have to
of
wait
my-
till the general store to open in the morning to buy salt. Yep.
I can't just nick some table salt.
Oh yeah, you can go downstairs and nick some if you like.
Yeah, I might just go downstairs after everyone's going to sleep and just take some table salt.
Yep. You wait until everything is quiet, and then you head downstairs, and aside from the sea captain and the bartender still up talking over a bottle of whiskey, there's no one else around, so you head into the dining table and liberate a salt shaker, which you carry upstairs, and You fill a couple of empty shotgun shells with it, and there's enough salt in the salt shaker that you manage to make 1d4 shells out of it.
1d4, cool.
Oh.
One shell.
Just one. That's gonna be enough, hopefully. And then you retire to bed, happy that your equipment is ready for the investigation ahead. Meanwhile, in the other rooms, Edward, you make yourself comfortable, and might I say comfortable, with that tone in your bed, and you stay up for several hours waiting for the captain to come up, but he never does. And slightly disheartened and saddened, you drift off to sleep.
Is there any sort of like artwork or anything in the rooms, or is it just a plain room?
They're just plain, but there will be artwork. As you drift off to sleep, make a power check, please.
Here we go. Nope.
Nightmares brought on from reading the Necronomicon. Terrifying images where you are terrifying and vividly realistic dreams of being trapped in a nameless city buried under tons and miles of sand, wandering alone through the crumbling, darkened corridors, passing carvings and statues of terrifying creatures and things that are too horrifying to comprehend except the whole time you could feel something tailing you, and every time you look over your shoulder to try and find it, you are alone in the tunnels. This goes on seemingly forever, for days, as you try to make your way through the tunnels, until you finally come to a dead end, and you stop, and you hear something crunching the sand and stone behind you, drawing ever closer. And then, as you turn around to face it, you wake up screaming and sweat rolling down your face as the morning sunlight filters in through the window. Make a SAN check, please.
Nope.
You lose 1d6 SAN.
Oh no!
But this will not make you go temporarily insane. This is not a direct threat. Okay.
Well, because the captain wouldn't come and protect me.
I will
Meanwhile-
stab you.
Charlie Elwood is just glad to have some peace and quiet in his room. Is there anything you would like to do before you retire to bed?
Well, there's not really, apart from going over bits and pieces I know about the case so far, there's not really a whole lot I can do. Normally I'd go over and make sure my guns are all good, but obviously that's not the case, so... Yeah.
Would you like to make an internal monologue, or would you like to save that for perhaps the next night?
Yeah, I might save it depending on how today goes.
All right, you make your way downstairs, and the only other one who seems to have had a nice sleep that night is Wilbur, as Edward is pale-faced and sweaty. Christopher looks haggard and disheveled, clearly from having stayed up all night. And as the door opens behind you and Dan Blythe stumbles out of the downstairs room he rented for himself, you notice several stains on the front of his blue pajama suit. And the sound of half-eaten dried meat and sweat wafts from the open door behind him.
Oh no. Oh.
Yeah, I just like to look at the fact that the two guys who are sharing a room look like neither of them have slept at all whatsoever. Just so look at the pair of them and go, and then just keep going off the day without asking any questions.
And you have a brief breakfast in the small dining area as the innkeeper fries you up some eggs, some scrambled eggs, bacon, and toast. Dan Blythe orders 2 plates, and as he shovels them into his mouth, proudly informs the innkeeper that this is 3rd breakfast.
Oh, no.
After breakfast, you spend about half an hour getting dressed, making sure all your gear is ready, and then you bid farewell to the innkeeper for the day and step out into the village of Cannich. The cold air still biting you, and the sky above just as drab and grey as yesterday, contrasted with the rich green of the hills that surround the village. What would you like to do?
Salt.
Salt, very well. To the general store.
To the general store.
Would anyone like to head to the post office while they're in the general store?
Oh, yeah, someone should probably send a message back to other friend.
Mm.
No,
Right.
I want to go have a peruse at the store.
Alright, well, we can visit the post office afterwards. Unless Edward wants to go and be the one who gets to send the telegram to Vera.
Fuck that bitch.
Yes.
Okay.
I
So
hope
first of
you're
all-
not too miffed. Bye.
So, Edward, you bid farewell to everyone and head to the tiny post office next to the inn. It's not much of a post office. It's a tiny stone shack with a wooden roof, with a sign just reading post office and the wanted poster for Balthagor hanging in the window. Inside, the postmaster, Tamis McIver, introduces himself to you. He says, well, we don't have telegraph here. We don't send by the wire, but you can write a message and we'll have it sent down to Inverness. We send mail there every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I hope you're not expecting something promptly, because it may take some time to get here.
No, that's all right. You just need to get a message to a friend of ours, a friend of mine.
He takes out a piece of paper and he says, very well, and what would you like to send?
Dear lovely Vera, the group and I have arrived at our destination. Although things here seem a little bit worse for wear. The nightmares have been coming back again. It's a horrible situation, and if things were to go south, please keep good hold of that lovely blue lighter I gave you.
Do you address it as from the entire group or just from
Oh,
Edward
you know it's
Withers?
gonna be just from him.
Oh no, it's
Just Edward. Love Edward Rivers.
yes, very much so.
Is very flamboyant.
The postmaster finishes writing the letter and then he stamps on it with a rubber stamp and he says, right now wire in particular is not something we send from here, so I'm gonna have to ask you for $2, please, to cover the shipment to Inverness, the transatlantic wire service, and all the necessary paperwork.
Well, that is not a problem at all.
He says, very well, and if there is anything you'd like to order from Inverness, the post office here is the place where you can put in the order, and I'll have it sent up with the nearest shipment of mail.
I appreciate that, and I'll let my associates know.
He tips his postmaster hat to you as you exit the post office. Meanwhile, the rest of you have headed across the road to McNabb's Emporium. McNabb's Emporium has a functioning gasoline pump, the only such device for more than 10 miles. The way it is set up is that the patron parks his car beside the pump and then heads into the small adjoining building and asks Mr. McNabb to attend. Based on the emptiness of the street and the size of the building, you guess that McNabb is rarely so busy that he cannot immediately emerge, unlock the pump, and confer concerning the petrol to be purchased. As you enter the building, a small bell rings, and a wiry, wrinkled old man wearing glasses looks up at you. He says nothing, but greets you with a silent smile. He gestures around his quote-unquote emporium, 2 to 3 shelves laden with tinned food, various flowers, tinned lard of several origins, vast numbers of mechanical parts, screws, bolts and nuts, practical books on hiking and wilderness survival, fashion magazines, hard-boiled candy, kerosene, batteries for electric torches, bolts of cloth, fishing gear, clothing, safety matches, axle grease, tin snips, axes, lanterns, chains, and so on. As if to follow up on showing you these items, he smiles. He says, "And if there is anything I don't have, place an order at the post office and I'll probably get it by 10 in the morning the next day."
I'm pretty sure M2 would be interested in those hard-boiled candy.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was gonna say just have a nice pile of salt and some hard-boiled candies.
Yep. Since he has batteries for electric torches, I'm assuming he has normal electric torches as well.
Yes, he does.
That might be an idea instead of just having the regular torch.
Regular torches, yes. Indeed, as you ask him if he has electric torches, he points out 3 of them on the shelf next to the batteries, and he proudly beams at you and he says, "Ain't no one for miles with these. Brand new, fresh in from Aberdeen."
From where?
Aberdeen.
Oh, Aberdeen. Okay.
Aberdeen.
Aberdeen. Yes, Aberdeen.
Aberdeen.
Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
want to tell him, interested in buying a lot of salt and who wants a torch?
I'll take a torch.
2 torches and a few batteries.
He says, "Aye, and how much salt you be talking about?"
Maybe a pound and a half's worth.
He says, Sure, you're planning on having a big cookout, are you?"
Yes, planning on doing some fishing on my boat.
He says, when I was younger, I used to enjoy days like that. These days, it's just this bloody store and that petrol pump outside.
Well, if you're interested in getting out of that boredom, I can regale you in some of my war story.
He says, "Ooh, that's so. Make a charm check, please, Christopher."
Crap. Got the die. That is a... wait, why is... Okay, I... God damn it. Okay, let's try that again. I was like, why is it 2 90s? Okay, that is a... What's my charm again? That is a hard pass.
A hard pass. You spend the next 20 minutes regaling him with stories of your time in the Navy, and he seems genuinely lost in them, impressed and immersing himself in a life that he lived long ago. He says, that was good, lad. Tell you what, I'll give you a discount on your purchases today as thanks.
Oh, that would be greatly appreciated.
As his eyes twinkle, he puts through 2 electric torches and a large 1-pound bag of salt, and including some spare batteries for the torches, he's willing to hand it all over for $40.
It's more than a fair enough price.
He smiles as he hands you paper bags containing your purchases, and he says, "Good fishing, lads."
Thank you very much. If I catch a big one, I'll be sure to bring it by.
He says, "Please do." You exit McNabb's Emporium with your new purchases. What would you like to do before you head out to Hancock's house?
I give a torch and one of the spare batteries to Charlie.
Yep.
I just had to have a look at the screen. Okay, who's who again?
Oh, no torch for Edward.
Shut up.
Would Wilbur like to take some of the salt and make some more cartridges?
Yes, please.
Okay. You take a handful of salt out of the bag, and you are able to make 2d6 more cartridges.
Oh, brilliant.
This leaves about half the salt left in the bag.
Alright, 11 cartridges.
Ooh, so 12 all up. Not bad.
So half a bag, was it?
Yep, so that uses up about half the bag of salt to make 11 cartridges. You
Everyone wins.
stock everything into the boot of your car, and as you do this, you see McNabb watching you from the glass window leading out of the, looking out at the inn across the road. He briefly looks at your car and then shifts his head to the left, looking at the petrol pump outside the Emporium.
Oh yes, we should probably fill up.
I was going to say, well, we'll definitely have to do that when we for the return trip, of course.
How much petrol have we got left?
Someone can make a drive auto check.
Yeah, I'm on it. That's a 14, so it's a hard pass.
So you should have enough petrol to get to Hancock's house and back, but any further trips afield into the country will require a fill-up.
Do we want to do it now? Just to be safe?
Yeah, just to be safe.
Fair enough.
You drive the car across the road and park it in front of the Emporium while Christopher goes in and brings out McNabb. McNabb looks at the car and he says, "Now you're filling up to a full tank and I won't take no for an answer." His face curls up into a scowl and he can barely conceal his contempt for those who would dare to not fill their tank.
If saying with a sales pitch like that, who am I to disagree?
He reaches for the pump and spends a few minutes pumping gas into your car, managing to fill it up. You confer over the price for a bit and eventually settle on $5
All right.
for a full tank of gas.
Wow. If only.
You then begin the drive out to Hancock's house. Hancock's home is about a 20-minute drive to the west of the Cannich intersection, near the top of a low-rising hill. Faced with red brick, it has a Georgian facade and an air of quiet respectability. You were told that Hancock was fond of puttering in the largest garden out the front. Park your car at the end of the driveway and climb out, and you make your way up the short drive through the meticulously maintained garden. Even though Hancock and his compatriot, the good doctor, have been missing for several weeks at this point, the garden was well enough maintained that there is very little overgrowth, and you are still amazed at how well it has been taken care of, particularly in these wild-seeming hills and mountains.
So how are we feeling about this one, chaps? And I mean, we've been through quite a lot together.
Well, we've got a bit of advantage this one. I've got the full house plan with us.
Yes.
Every day is another story.
I have no donuts. Has anyone got a spare donut lying around?
I'm sorry, as you can see, I don't have anywhere to hide them.
Oh,
And I wouldn't risk my outfit.
I'd eat that too if I could.
You soon you arrive at the thick oak front door at the front of the house, up a flight of 2 concrete steps. The door is locked, but thanks to the key that Inspector Liam provided, you were easily able to unlock it.
Before we go inside, can I have a look around outside the house?
Sure, you may make a spot hidden check.
If anyone gets any uncertain feelings, let me know. We might be able to do something about it.
And that, my friends, is a 5.
You take after the door is unlocked and everyone just waits at the front for you, you take a look around the house and you find that aside from the front garden, the rest of the block of land is quite small and there's nothing of note. However, there is a back door to the house and the key for the front door also fits in the back door. However, as you insert the lock, you notice that it won't turn, and on closer inspection, you notice that the lock on the back door appears to have been forced at some point in the past.
Oh, someone.
Foul play.
Yeah. Okay, there will be no point in someone trying to do lockpicking thing.
Yeah,
Broken.
and it's a back door anyway, so
Can I smash it in? I'm just having a look at the house plans. Which would this lead into the basement or just back of that?
this would lead to the back of the first floor,
Oh wait. Is the back of the house
main floor. It would lead into room. It would lead into room. Let me see. Room 10 in the main floor.
Can I break open the door, because they never know if we need another escape or just in case.
Sure. Make a strength check, please.
That Can I push that?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. First push of the night. Oh, that's a 12. That's a yeah, that's just a hard.
Okay.
The hard is it?
Oh my god!
You grab your blackjack and you smash the back door and push against it until you hear a crack of wood and it bursts open. You step inside into the kitchen. The original builder of this house clearly intended the owners to cook over the open fire in the fireplace, but a coal-burning stove has been added fairly recently. The cupboards are well stocked with food, most of which is now stale. The cupboards are disturbed and give the impression of having been searched recently. There is nothing of note in the kitchen, however. So in the interest of speeding this up, if a spot hidden check would tell you more, I will tell you that you can do one in this room, okay?
Okay.
So the kitchen, nothing of note. Meanwhile, the rest of you enter into room number 1. The entrance hall. In an umbrella stand near the front door can be seen Henry Hancock's walking stick. There is nothing else of note in the entrance hall.
Okay.
Since he's entered from the back and you've entered from the front, you can both meet in room 3 if you like.
We meet in the middle.
Yeah.
Yes. You enter into the adjoining room, the parlor. On one wall is a photograph of Henry Hancock standing next to a slain elephant somewhere in Africa, apparently, holding an enormous gun in front of the slain beast. Everything else, however, is quite ordinary. You have reconvened in this room.
Okay.
Alright.
We're doing a quick search of the house.
Yeah, will you let me know if there's any sort of artwork or anything that would my
Yes.
character?
Yes. The parlor only has photographs of Henry Hancock on various expeditions, but I will let you know if there is artwork in any of the
Cool.
rooms. So where would you like to go next?
So we're all in room 3?
Yep.
Okay, nothing there.
Room 3, main floor.
Oh, room 3, main floor. Sorry, I was looking at the other floor. Yeah.
There is a stairwell. On one end, it leads down to the basement. On the other end, it leads up to the upper floor.
But what's that little black thing? Is that meant to be broken?
No, it's just to signify that there's 2 staircases.
Oh, okay.
Go
I
opposite
was a bit
ends.
confused there. Alright, I think we should first go through the main floor, upper floor, then the
All right. So room 4 next, as it's directly opposite the hall, and it's the closest one. This large room opposite the entrance hall appears to be the living room. There are a number of cushioned chairs here, a small table, and a lion's head over the fireplace. Also over the fireplace, just below the lion's head, is a 2-weapon gun rack. One rack holds a large caliber elephant gun, but the one beneath it is empty. On the mantle are 3 small artifacts which Henry Hancock picked up in Africa. None of them appear to be extraordinary. They don't appear to have any archaeological significance.
Can I still look at them anyway?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Make an archaeology check if you like.
Oh shit, I don't. Archaeology. What's the base for it?
One.
It's on 1.
I have archaeology.
Oh, you do? Okay, go nuts.
Right, go ahead.
Does that mean you need his help?
Shut up.
Would you like me to take a look at it?
Just
helps if I
taking a page from Angus for a second. Morodin, help me.
Oh yes, that is a extreme. Extreme for you, Captain.
Oh.
Extreme. So, what at
Shut
first
up!
appeared to be what at first appeared to be just random knickknacks with no significance actually turn out, upon closer inspection, to be 3 archaeological artifacts originating from the still unknown ancient kingdoms of the Upper Nile. They don't hold any strange properties, but they would be particularly valuable to a collector. And indeed, you may now make an artwork check, Edward,
Oh, there you go.
Ooh.
upon looking at these ancient artifacts.
That is a pass.
Very well. You gain 1 san as you look at the ancient but exquisitely carved artifacts.
And I
The
get.
only other,
I was just.
only other.
I was just
Sorry.
gonna say I guess that's me because this house is abandoned. Yeah.
Appears to be.
I guess that's something we could pocket to try and get some cash.
Do we really want to steal from this guy?
Oh well, we don't have to at the moment, but if the house is like purely abandoned,
Yes, but as an upstanding formal naval man, I would have thought that, petty theft would be beneath you. Well, most of us anyway.
Have you not seen what happens to those who take what is not theirs?
as I said, it was just as.
Yes, and I'm and I believe I'm starting with Smithy on this one. What happened to the last person who got caught stealing?
The only other thing of note in the lounge room appears to be the large elephant gun above the mantelpiece.
Does anyone else wish to look at the elephant gun?
Yes. I'll have a squiz at it.
It's an elephant gun, particularly large and particularly powerful. It counts as a rifle. Unfortunately, it does not appear to be loaded, but it can very easily be lifted off the rack and taken with you.
I will pass it to Wilbur.
It doesn't seem to have any interest to me from a.
Well, I'm just thinking, elephant gun, and that would be like a high powered
Yeah,
shot.
if you can find ammo for it. It doesn't. Yep.
I was going to say, maybe we wait to see if we can find some ammo for it before we start stealing things.
Yeah,
I mean, it should be around.
I'm fairly well armed at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much everyone here is already armed. And I understand that, yes, we do need firearms, but do we really need to steal from people to get it?
Well, the course of this little adventure, it wouldn't hurt to borrow certain things and give it back at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you could take it and then put it back before you leave.
And chances are this guy's dead, so...
Should I try and run my my spectrometer over this place to see if it picks anything up?
Yes, you can. Make an occult check, please, with advantage.
All right, that's a nat one.
Oh wow!
Your spectrometer slowly beeps, beep, 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 and as you make your way through the first floor, it doesn't pick up in frequency. However, you point it up towards the upper floor at one point, and it begins to beep faster. Beep, 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 beep.
Interesting.
Hmm.
All right. Well, let's
Thank
follow
God
this.
it's upstairs, not in the basement.
Oh,
Dan Blythe, would you like to take the elephant gun?
I feel like it'd be a worthy addition to the tripod.
Very well.
Yeah, as
Dan
he goes to
Blythe-
take it, as he goes to take it, I just look over him and go, "That goes back once this is over."
That's heaps of money anyway.
Dan Blythe just hoists it off the rack with one hand and carries it around like a big stick.
Alright, so I'll
Pass
continue
through the
main floor.
northern. Yep, you pass through the northern door and then enter room number 5 to your left. This appears to be a library. There is a single large chair here and table in the room. Bookshelves line the walls. You may conduct a library use check to examine the books if you like.
Us?
Yeah, go ahead if you like. Do a group one.
That is a hard pass.
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 Nope.
Okay. That's a group pass. You see that someone has reshelved a few of the books without bothering to place them back where they belong, according to the topic. The topics deal with the occult, British archaeological sites, and witchcraft. The books that have been reshelved appear to be the only ones that are interesting. There are 5 of them in particular, and they all seem to be various treatises on occult, sort of mythos-adjacent topics. At some point, you may be able to have a read of these books and have them divulge their knowledge to you.
Yes, that's...
Mm-hmm.
Give it to the guy with the Necronomicon.
All right, Edward, are you going to take the 5 out-of-place books?
Sure.
Fantastic.
I was going to say, what if we rearrange them in the right order?
Would you like to try?
Yes.
I would.
All right, whoever's going to do that, make a library use check.
Well, that ain't going to be me then.
I will do that. That is a pass.
You spend a few minutes reshelving the books in the correct order, and you take a step back, and nothing happens.
God damn it.
It's just a normal house.
I blame you for this, all that Resident fucking evil.
Yep. And then
the second you mention the words they're placed out of order, it's like there has to be
Yeah,
something.
I know.
The bookshelf has to open if you put them in the right order.
Yeah.
This is how this works.
But no, Edward, you take the books and stow them away in your bag. The reason they were out of place appears to be because someone was searching through the bookshelf, took a look at these 5, and then just absent-mindedly put them back.
Yeah, likely story.
Okay, rooms 2, 9, and 6 are closets and bathrooms. As a brief search of them reveals nothing of note.
Wow,
However,
the music
final
just stopped
room-
at the right time.
Yep. However, the last room on the main floor, room 8, appears to be a bedroom of some kind. It holds a bed, a bedstead, and an armoire. Seems on first glance to be completely unmysterious, perhaps a guest room. The only thing of note is a small closet on the left-hand side of the room.
Spot hidden checks.
Shall we enter the room, Captain?
I'm just gonna walk in before these 2 are arguing
Yep.
without asking.
Yep. You walk in and you head over to the closet and pull it open. Make a spot hidden check, please.
That's a hard pass.
The closet is almost empty, save for an old trunk in here, which contains old clothes of a size appropriate to Henry Hancock. It appears that someone has searched through the trunk recently, and all of the clothes are in disarray. At the very bottom of the trunk, you find buried underneath all of the mismatched clothing, you find a small cardboard box containing ammunition for the elephant gun.
Oh, there you go.
You hand it over to Dan Blythe, and he immediately takes it and inserts it in the breast pocket of his suit.
It gets swallowed.
Did you find a piece of candy in there?
Ooh, piece of candy.
Yeah.
So Dan
goes to
Blythe
play a
now
ball-
has a usable elephant gun.
Goes to start loading the gun, goes bullet, check, bullet, it, Jolly Rancher. Yeah, close enough.
Your search of the main floor is complete. You can now search the upper floor or the basement.
What do you guys think?
Well, we know for a fact there is something definitely upstairs.
So leave that for last then?
I'm gonna say this once. If you guys are going to the basement, I'll be waiting for you up here.
Alright,
But I did not enjoy my last experience in
In a
a
basement.
I have no interest in going again.
okay, first off, I would like to, get the salt and put a line of salt stairs.
Leading upstairs.
Well, yeah, upstairs and downstairs, connecting door frame to door.
All right.
Mm.
I would like you to make a dex check, please.
Oh dear.
That's a 2.
Oh dear.
You manage to use the rest of the salt in the bag, making a barrier at the ends of both staircases, the one leading upstairs and the one leading downstairs, and covering the door frame with it.
Wow,
As
I
you
can't believe
do
that
this-
used all the...
Well, you did it for 2 separate door frames, and as you do this, I'd like you all to make power checks, please.
Oh,
And here we go. And that's a hard pass.
that
That's fun
is
for
a
me.
pass from me.
Once both
Hard
of
pass
the
for me.
But once both of the staircases have been salted, the air in the house changes subtly, and you feel slightly calmer.
Oh,
Like,
there's not a kitchen in the main floor.
Yeah, room 10. You
Oh.
entered through it.
Yes, I'd like to look.
Would you like to
Yeah, have a look around and for some more salt.
get more salt?
Yep.
Make a luck check, please.
That is a 20, so that's a pass.
Pass. You find a small cardboard canister of salt in the back of the pantry, behind several boxes of spoiled food. Enough to salt one more door, probably.
Neat.
Okay, we're going upstairs or down?
Well, how are people feeling? Do we need some extra protection?
What exactly were you thinking, Fruit Cup?
Well, after I have read some more of my fancy book, I have a new power, which could be useful.
I was actually going to ask, have you got a second spell?
Yes,
yes,
it's
I do.
Flesh Ward.
Oh.
oh wow. Oh, chestnut.
Yep, we all know how good Flesh Ward is.
Very well, very well.
Would you like me to give you that extra protection, Captain?
I'm glad you went with that, because that could have been so much worse.
Yeah. So many other ways you could have used flesh in that.
Yep.
Ooh, boy.
Do we think we need it now, or should we save this for later?
Well, Flesh Ward lasts for a day, so...
It does. So you may as well cast it now.
Yeah,
Alright.
I won't say no.
To spend your sanity cost and tell me how many magic points you are going to put into it.
How often do we regain magic points?
1 per hour.
1 per hour. Alright.
How much you regain them all after each session?
Yeah. A good night's sleep will restore most of them as well.
So you,
And if
you
you-
have to make sure you get
yeah.
some sleep.
And if you run out of MP, you immediately fall unconscious.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay, that's
Sure.
good to
Well, then
know.
definitely don't do that then.
What?
All right.
Hate your Flesh Ward again, because I feel like you're forgetting something again.
It should be at the back of
I've got
the
it
book.
here in front of me.
Yeah.
Protection from physical. Each magic point gives 1d6 armor.
There we go. Yeah, each
Yeah.
magic point spend 1d6.
Yes. So how many did you spend? How many
And
magic
so-
points are you spending?
Is it 1 magic point per person?
No. It's 1 magic point, and then that protection gets applied to the whole group.
Okay, cool. That's what I
Oh
wasn't
wait,
sure.
actually no. Wait, it is 1 magic point per person.
Right.
So you can spend 5 here and give everyone 1d6 of flesh ward,
Yeah,
or 10 and give them 2d6, and so on.
but if I've only got 10 magic points and I use all 10, then
Yeah, you'll fall
Please don't knock
unconscious.
yourself out.
You can spend 9. Someone gets only 1 dice.
Wow.
You know what? Gonna go with 9.9.
And who's not going to get the extra dice?
Hang on, let me do this. The only oh my goodness, wrong screen. There we are. So there's 4 others. So M1 is 1, M2 is 2, Liam is 3, and Tom is 4.
Am I able to give him 10 points for my staff?
Yes, you can. Actually, no, wait, those can only be used by whoever's holding the staff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I
you
don't
could
have
give
it
me
on.
the staff.
It's
Oh,
on
you don't have it on you.
Yeah.
All right.
So are you rolling at random?
Liam only gets the 1.
Oh.
Okay. All right. I will roll how much flesh ward you get.
You could just
So
you could
that's-
just lead over to him, going, if you want the other point, the other one.
Oh.
So everyone gets 6 points of flesh ward,
God damn it!
and everyone except for Liam gets another 5. So everyone has 11 except for Liam, who has 6.
That's 6.
So I got
That's
5 all
like
up?
an extra 11 HP.
Yeah. So that's 11 temporary HP for everyone, 6 for Liam.
So I'll just put at 16.
There we go.
That's
Okay.
That doubled my health.
Doubled my health as well.
So basement or upper floor?
I said the upper floor is definitely spooky.
Yeah, let's
We have someone who's not even going in the basement.
let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
we
go
have
to
Charlie who doesn't want to go in the basement.
the
Nothing personal.
basement first.
That's
I
okay.
think.
Charlie may head down. Slowly make your way down the narrow staircase into the basement.
Make sure you don't knock the salt.
Yeah. Making sure not to knock the salt as you step over the threshold, and you descend into room 1 of the basement. A short, narrow hallway. The walls are made of stone. The options are to enter room 2, room 3, or room 6.
Room 2 first.
You push open a creaking door into room 2. And as you push it open, you see that the other side of the door is almost pitch black. There is no natural sunlight or windows filtering their way into the basement. You turn on your torch.
No. I would like to quickly put on the night vision.
Night
goggles.
vision.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to see if it's safe.
You put on the night vision goggles, and the study appears to be normal. The room looks like a tornado hit it. The desk is smashed, and the floor is littered with books, papers, ledgers, pens, clippings, and stationery. A built-in wall safe has been blown open by explosives. It is empty. Nothing left in the room is of value for anything but tinder for a fire.
Don't give him the ideas.
Okay, yeah, take them back off.
Yeah, you take them off and you return to the hall, and you realize that aside from this small hall at the bottom of the stairs, the rest of the basement level is probably going to be unlit.
All right.
So maybe-
Well, what was that, M2?
I was gonna say maybe just go the torch while you're down there, because you don't really want to keep burning out the
Yeah.
night vision.
I chuck one of my extra torches to Edward, and I use my electric torch.
Yep. You switch on the torch, and immediately a beam of strong fluorescent light extends from the instrument, probing the darkness of the surrounding rooms. Would you like to enter room 3 or room 6?
There it is. 6.
You push open the metal door to the right of you into room 6. This is the box room, an old storage room. It is full of old junk, tools, and pieces of old furniture, all covered with sheets or protected in boxes. None of it appears to be of much use.
Guess onwards to 7.
Walk over to the small room in the corner, pull open the wooden door, and you cough as coal dust blows up into your faces. This is the coal cellar. The room is half full of coal, or half empty, depending on your outlook. There are 3 or 4 rats that scurry away as soon as you open the door, and as soon as the beam of light from your torch hits them.
I leap up into the captain's arms. Oh my goodness!
Okay, room 5.
Nightmares and nightmares.
Wait, I'm just looking back at thinking of old horror movies. Can I search through the coal?
Yes, you may. Go ahead. Hard spot hidden, please.
Oh, good. That was a 5.
You step forward and you begin using your hands and the edge of your saber as a spade to dig through the coal. And once you've dug enough, you see something shining underneath the coal. Do you reach in and grab it?
I use the saber to just point of the saber to pull it out.
You press the saber into the coal towards the thing that's shining and use it as leverage to lift it up. And you hear the sound of a rat screeching in pain as it buries itself further in the coal.
You poked a rat.
Did I poke a goddamn rat?
You
Yes.
poked a goddamn rat.
Well, at least it's better than killing that raccoon.
Hey,
It would
that
have
was a
bit
good
your
shot.
hand if you. It would have bit your hand if you put your hand in.
But okay, so
Just saying.
nothing else in there.
Say what you want.
Yeah.
Say what you want about that raccoon. That was a good shot.
Yeah.
You turn around and press open the door at the left-hand side of the box room, making your way into room 5. An empty room, eerily empty. The fireplace is clean, but it has the makings of a coal fire laid in it. It appears that no one has occupied this room for quite some time. However, you can't shake the strange feeling that you are being watched as you make your way through the empty area.
Okay. Can I look through that coal?
Go ahead, make a spot hidden check.
That's a normal pass.
You look into the coal in the fireplace and you find a scrap of paper underneath some ash and old wood. It appears someone was trying to burn this. You get it out and you take a look, and it appears to be a handwritten translation of some sort of book. It reads, "An excellent example of an evil Pictish group is that from Loch Mulladock in Scotland. These Picts worshipped the being known elsewhere as the Demon Sultan, but as in some locations, they performed this worship as bidden by the beings of an older and more malign species. Indeed, I know for a fact that these remnants from the days of pre-human reptiles even now walk the earth. Another place where such beings may lurk in is in North America, where the great old ones were worshipped long before the advent of Columbus. I'm here thinking of locations in Spain's Alta California province." You recognize the name Loch Mulladock. This is where Hancock's dig is situated. I would like the 3 of you, Wilbur, Edward, and Christopher, to make Cthulhu Mythos checks, please.
That's a fail for me.
That's
58.
a fail.
All right. How about Wilbur?
What is it? That's
Ooh, pass. You recognize the name the Demon Sultan as an alternative name for Nyarlathotep.
Oh no.
However, the text implies that they worship Nyarlathotep as bidden by an older and far greater god. Perhaps the Temple of Azathoth. You press on into the next room, which is room 4. This is a large workroom. There are 2 large tables which contain artifacts from Henry Hancock's digs. They seem to be a mix of both Pictish, Scottish, and Roman military items. A 3rd table holds several partial skeletons.
Oh dear. Oh my god.
As we make our way to heaven.
Tree Spike, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the crew.
Thank you. Thank you. And what would you like to do in this room?
Artifacts, you say?
Yes. You may attempt to use an archaeology roll on them if you like.
Let's give it a roll. That's a nope.
Nope. So all you can tell is that they appear to be a mixture of native Scottish and Roman military artifacts, pieces of armor, blades, things like that.
Oh?
You are aware that there was a Roman expedition to this lock at some point in the very distant past, and it's likely that these artifacts come from that expedition.
Who could he?
Well, you can't take them with us so you can study them.
You can if you want. You just have someone who's not willing to steal with you.
You do have someone that's able to take photos and help you leave them when you get back home.
Oh yeah, that too.
Okay.
So I'll let that happen first.
Yep, okay. So, would anyone like to examine the table with the partial skeletons on it?
Yes, I would.
I would. Well,
I will require a natural world check, please.
I will not check this thing.
Or medicine, I will require a natural world or a medicine check, please.
This is all you, Captain. I believe in you.
Oh god, that's
or natural world.
Oh god, those are things I don't have. Oh gee.
Dan Blythe doesn't have it either. He looks at the bones and he says, "Only bones I know are the ones that have got
Chicken
no
bones.
chicken left on them."
Alright, everyone blow the dice. Blow the dice.
Alright. Are you doing medicine or natural world?
Whichever, they're both ones though.
Well, no, natural world's 10%.
Oh, okay, I'll do the
Medicine
natural
is
world
1.
then.
Yep.
There you go. Blown.
That's a 9!
Ooh, lovely. Okay, most of them appear to be human and animal bones obtained from the dig site, most likely from the people that those artifacts belong to. However, you identify one skeleton whose arms and neck are unusually elongated, with a malformed head and almost serpentine proportions. Make a SAN check, please.
Yep.
Hey, this is why I didn't want to go in the basement.
That's a pass.
That's a pass. You lose 1 SAN from gazing upon these bones. That appears to be...
Can I get Blythe to take a picture of that skeleton and we can further study it later on?
Would you like to make a cinema check, please, Blythe?
Oh, I thought you never asked. Let me just put my donut down and let me see me tripod up.
Oh,
Well, I might have to push that.
Go ahead, go ahead.
oh, there we go.
Much better. Much better.
Much better. You place the tripod down on the ground and wire up the film camera and spend a few minutes just panning across the workshop, making sure you get all of the artifacts and the skeletons in your shot. Okay, you then move down into the last room of the basement. Room 3. This appears to be a trophy room. The walls are lined with the heads of about 50 animals. Either of you have natural world? I don't believe
No,
so.
we don't.
No, natural world.
The giant glass display case in the center of the room contains marksmanship trophies and medals embossed with Hancock's name. The walls of the room are expensive oak paneling, which is strange because the walls of the other basement room have simply been stone and brick, yet the left wall of this room has expensive oak paneling laid across it, almost for no reason.
Yep, and because I had the blueprint, I can see that something's behind there.
Yes, so I would like all of you to roll spot hidden, please.
That's a 31, which is a.
About me.
Can I spend one luck point?
Yes. All right, so how did Dan Blythe and Edward do?
How does it?
I
so
failed.
At the same time, is it one further and then this?
Okay, so that seems to be so far only. Yeah. Would either of you like to push those rolls?
Let's do it.
Yep.
Go ahead. Or nearly. Yeah. Would you like to spend one luck, Dan Blythe?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sure. And that brings it to a group pass. As you examine the oak panelings, you notice that one of them appears to be an expertly hidden secret door leading to a tiny room on the other side. Place your hand in the groove, and with a click, the door slides open. You step into Henry Hancock's secret room. More of a cabinet than a room. A small table nestles in the tiny space. On the table rests an iron box with 2 locks built into it.
Alright,
Do not appear to have the key for either.
Alright, I'd like just to take the box
Upstairs?
Yeah, for the time being, yeah.
You take the box and you bring it upstairs where Charlie is waiting on the other side of the salt barrier, smoking a cigarette.
I don't have lockpicking. I got to just use a gun to the.
I have lockpick.
Okay, if you would like to pick this, you're going to require 2 successful locksmith checks.
Come on.
So who's doing them?
I believe you're the only one with
To
locksmith.
the gates of hell,
Otherwise, I'll
as we make our way to heaven.
Anthony, thank you so very much for the follow. And to M2, who knows? Anthony as in old.
Oh, yay!
Ooh.
Love the album, man.
So big ahoy to Anthony.
And
Ahoy!
can I spend 1 luck point to make sure that that's 2 passes?
Very well. Take a puff of your cigarette and sigh, and then you take the box in your hand, place it down on a nearby table in the hallway, and begin to pick the locks. After a few minutes, there's a click as both of them become undone. You flip open the box, and inside there is a wax seal, which you are easily able to cut after grabbing a knife from the kitchen. You slice it open, and inside the box, you see what appears to be a third of a solid gold disc.
Ooh.
As you stare at the disc, you feel a strange sense of nausea well up in your stomach.
With good goddamn reason.
Oh dear. Oh my.
You don't need a Cthulhu Mythos roll to tell that this is most likely a piece of the Rillia disc.
One down, 2 to go.
The disc is of solid gold, an inch or so thick, and about a foot in diameter if it was completed. The top of the disc, the piece that you are holding, bears an intricate lattice work portraying the top of a winged figure, perhaps a bird or perhaps something more sinister, sets of glyphs occupying the outer rim, and in the background, carvings of spires of what appear to be some kind of city. As you hold it in the box in front of you, even without touching, you can feel a powerful magic emanating from it, a magic that makes you feel slightly dizzy and nauseous.
Yes, I'll put that in the coat pocket straight away. Well, at least we found one.
Yep, two
One
more.
piece. Yeah, I was gonna say that's one piece they don't have anyway.
Two more, and so, are you going to head upstairs?
Yes.
Okay.
Remember, spoopy stuff's upstairs.
Yep. All right. I
Right
will let
behind
you know
Captain.
I will let you know that since you found the Rillier disc, you probably found the most important thing in the house.
Huh.
But it's up to you if you want to head upstairs and see what else you can find.
But we still don't know what's happened to them, so there might be some.
Yeah. Very well.
might-
You carefully cross the salt barrier and begin to climb up the stairs. At the top of the stairs, you enter into room 1, a hallway. This hallway is noticeably colder than the rest of the house, though there seems to be no draft coming from anywhere. There is also a strange, stuffy odor. There are paintings on the wood-paneled walls. Most of the paintings have been torn up and slashed as if with a knife. I would like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
That's a pass for me.
That's an extreme pass for me.
Half of me.
Yep.
That is a pass for me.
You fan out and begin to examine the cold hallway, looking at the slashed paintings and trying to figure where this draft of cold air is coming from, even though you can't pinpoint its exact location. Meanwhile, Wilbur's instrument, still, even though it's tucked away at the moment in his bag, beeps rapidly. Beep, 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 as you make your way through the hallway.
Which room are we in?
Room 1.
Okay.
You notice that one of the paintings has been removed and placed back hastily, meaning it is hanging askew on the wall.
Interesting. What is it like? Just like a common painting, or is it like a portrait, or like?
It seems to be just a common landscape painting. It's been slashed with a knife or something, but someone's removed it and then hastily put it back, and they haven't done a very good job. You can tell that it's been tampered with.
Well, my keen eyes tell me that this has been altered. This painting. So, would someone like to have a look?
Well, you're the painting expert.
Well,
Very
it's
well,
been...
Edward. Edward's doing it then.
I guess.
Edward, you grab the frame of the painting and hoist it off the hook on the wall to get a closer look at it. And as you do, you notice that behind the painting, one of the wooden panels in the wall has been hacked away, revealing a crawl space beyond. The crawl space is shrouded in pitch black darkness.
Captain, would you like to bring your torch over and have a look?
Yes, of course.
The crawl space at a time. Who would like to enter?
First, before we enter, I'd just like to peek my head around and poke the torch in.
You poke the torch in, and inside the crawl space there appears to be a long shaft that goes sharply to the left. It appears to encompass the entire length of the hallway, and even with the beam from your torch, you can't see what lies at the very end.
Can I turn off the torch and quickly put on the night vision goggles?
Yes, you can. You put on the night vision goggles and peek inside the crawl space. Make a sand check, please.
Oh, Jesus. That is a pass.
You lose 1d3 san as clearly visible with the amplified light from the night vision, you see a mangled corpse has been dumped at the end of the crawl space. It has been dead for several days now, and as soon as you notice it, your nose detects the telltale scent of decomposition.
Oh, shit. Guys, I think we found, a good friend, Dockman.
Yep, you think you found your good friend Hancock.
Hancock, yeah. Not Dockman.
Yes.
Well, even spending too much time in the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But before you have a chance to look any further, a cold gust of wind, unseen, blows through the hallway from an unknown origin. A cold drought that seemingly materializes out of nowhere. And then, swooping out from the door at the end of the hallway leading to room 3, you see the transparent, just vaguely corporeal form of Henry Hancock, his spirit darting towards your party with its hands outstretched.
Is anyone
Okay.
else seeing this, or is it just another nightmare?
As you see him, I would like everyone except for Liam to make a sand check.
Oh,
That
God.
busts.
Oops.
Yep, no, that's a pass.
That's a pass for Dan Blythe.
No, it's a fail.
Okay, for passing, you lose 1d3. For failing, 1d6, please.
Where's my pointy triangle at? Nope. That's 3. So,
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay, the ghost has surprised you. I'm going to roll for one of you at random. I'm not going to tell you who the numbers are. And it reaches out, gliding through the air and gripping Wilbur Wallace in a freezing cold grasp around the arm. Wilbur Wallace, I need you to make a power check, please.
oh dear.
That's a pass. Actually,
23.
hard pass.
All right, we're going to see. Okay. You feel terror welling up in your body, a primal terror to get away. And as the ghost grasps your hand and clasps its fingers around you, you notice portions of your skin begin to cut away as if it's slashing you with an invisible blade. However, in a brief moment of clarity, you manage to maintain your faculties and you recognize these as nothing more than illusionary. You take no damage. However, you lose
Sam.
3 points of san and 3 points of pow.
Oh.
Okay.
Somehow.
Send pow.
You
Notice
gasp.
send pow.
Yes, you gasp and you pull yourself away from the spirit, and it reels back, opens its mouth in a silent cry of rage, and begins to dart back in for another attack. Okay, dex ratings, everyone.
Hold on. Which room is this still in 1?
Yes, you're not going to get to enter the other rooms.
Yeah. I was just.
Yeah. The thing is, you get ambushed in room 1, and the other rooms are just to make you think that you won't be ambushed the moment you get up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
My dex is 70.
70?
40.
Okay.
60.
Okay. Christopher, you're up first. What would you like to do?
So whereabouts is
Alright, you're down near the body, aren't you?
He's leaning into the crawl space, but he's not in the crawl space.
Not in the crawl space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, which direction is the ghost coming from?
He's coming from the direction of room 3.
Can we salt the
You were
body?
near the door. You are currently near the door to room 4.
Can we salt the body?
If you can get to it.
Yeah, that might be
I'm just trying to think in my head.
supernatural.
Yeah, it's supernatural. I don't believe any of us are going to be able to touch it.
Yes.
All right.
I'm,
Would you like to try to crawl into the crawl space and make your way to the body as fast as possible?
Yes, please. I'll try that.
Okay. Make a dex check with disadvantage, please.
Okay. And they were both the same. Both
All right.
Do I
just-
re-roll?
No, you just take that.
Okay, so yeah, that's a pass anyway.
That's a pass. Okay. The rest of you back away towards the top of the stairs as the ghost hovers in front of you. It opens its mouth in another silent scream and then watches as Christopher disappears into the crawl space. It looks at him and then plows through the wall into the crawl space.
Oh dear.
Christopher, it got a hard pass. You are crawling as fast as you can through the crawl space, and when you're a couple of meters away from the body, you are shocked to see the the pearly, transparent front torso of the ghost poke through the wall in front of you. It wastes no time. It opens its mouth in a rage and reaches at you with both of its hands outstretched. Make a power check, please.
Okay. That is a hard pass.
Hard pass. Roll. Okay.
Oh,
He got an extreme
shit.
pass.
Well, nice knowing you.
He latches onto your shoulders with his cold hands, and a chill runs through your body as you watch as cuts appear on your skin, paining you as if cut with an invisible knife. These cut through armor, and you take 3 points of damage, and you lose.
Oh, there goes my
6
flesh ward.
6 points of san, and 6 points of pow.
Oof.
You
Oh,
must.
Hold on, just I'm doing some maths. Yep, and 6 points of power, was it?
Yep, 6 points of pow, 6 points of san. You must now make an intelligence check.
Come on, fail. Come on. Intelligence, that is... What's my intelligence? That's a 95. That's a fail.
That's a fail. You are absolutely terrified, but you grab your mind away from the edge of insanity and push through the ghost's torso. Your body feels as if it's plunged into icy water, and then you reach into your coat and grab the salt and begin to empty it onto the emaciated corpse, doing your best to block your nose from the terrible stench. I would like you to make a luck check, please.
That is a 4.
You pour salt onto the body, and as the first grains land on it, the ghost's grip on you begins to lessen. Encouraged, you tip the salt shaker upside down and dump the rest of the salt onto the corpse. The ghost lets go and recoils away from you, darting out of the crawl space. The rest of you see the ghost emerge from the wall. It looks at you, its face curled up in a mask of terror and fear as it begins to slowly back away from you and then slowly dematerializes as silently as it emerged.
Hold it.
Well, that's something you don't see every day. The captain did it again.
I just let another cigarette go. I really miss the old days when a dead missing person just stayed fucking dead.
And it's time to leave the house with that.
Yeah,
Make
just
sure-
come out from the crawl space, just feeling a bit weaker, going.
Well, I know someone who deserves a good solid drink when we get back to the inn.
I miss my dad.
Can I keep the elephant gun now? Because we know John Hancock's now dead.
Yeah, and he doesn't appear to have any next of kin.
Not that I'm willing to investigate anyway.
All right, so
Saying
the
is we
rest.
should loot the dungeon.
Yes.
So the rest of the house didn't have any.
No, the second floor was purely to bait you into an ambush. Okay. With the Rillier disc, the books, and the elephant gun secured and in your grasp, you breathe sighs of relief and exit out into the dull, grey, cloudy sunlight outside and shut the front door behind you with a shudder, not daring to look at the house again. You make your way down the driveway, and as you are about to reach your car, you see a figure walking up the driveway towards you, who has seemingly emerged from the mountain road outside. You see a finicky, fastidious young man. His wanted poster was clean shaven, but now he has started a beard, dark-haired and wearing a cheap suit. Belphegor walks towards you, his face twisted in a mask of determination, and his right hand grasping a medieval-style cudgel glowing with a strange, dim blue light.
Well,
Ooh.
I'm guessing we're not having a conversation with this man, and we're
You
probably...
could try.
Things
we
don't
play?
look good.
Does anyone wish to converse with him, or shall we just skip ahead to the part where he tries to kill us?
Well, I suppose we need some kind of answers.
Well, you go right on ahead then.
Well, why don't we just all level our weapons at him and then try and talk to him? Because, you know.
Yeah, I'm happy to have bow and arrow at the ready.
Oh yeah. Say
I'm
save it as strong. Hand is on the same and just go.
All right,
Who are you and what do you want?
stay where you are.
Well, we know who he is.
He stops briefly and he smiles and he says, Mr. Stanford sends his regards, and then he continues walking towards you, brandishing the cudgel.
Yep, I'm firing an arrow.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Christopher, your deck 70, you go first.
Okay,
Oh, wait, you don't have a gun, so
Wait,
are you going to attack... You don't have a gun. Are you going to attack him with your sword, or are you just going to wait for him to get closer?
I'm going to cast Create Mist.
Ah, good choice. Okay.
And then after I do that, put on the infrared goggles and put it on the body, the Predator mode.
Yep. Yes, the Predator mode. Okay, I'd like you to spend the necessary magic points.
Wait, so what does the mist do?
Creates
Makes
a
it-
mist.
Yeah, makes it hard for him to see,
Only him?
but also hard for you to see as well.
But,
Well, then I
basically,
might as well
he's
put the
putting-
spell-
Yeah,
But-
he's putting a cloud of mist between you and him, basically.
but you
Cool, I
can
might...
you can see as well because you have the goggles
Yeah.
as well.
Not all of us
Mhm.
do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this seems to, like, as much as it benefits one or two of us, it kind of fucks the rest of the group over.
Yeah, this is perhaps because it sort of negates our advantage.
What advantage do you have?
Number.
You're all drawn on him,
Firearms pointed at him.
and he's just walking calmly towards you.
Yeah.
Okay, I
gun.
won't do that then. I'll just
Just wait for him to approach and ready yourself.
yeah, just slowly back up.
Alright.
Going, what do you want?
Alright. He smiles and he says, "The disc, of course."
Yep.
Okay, Wilbur, your turn.
All right.
He seems to think we
I'm
have the
going
full
to
thing.
hit him.
He does think you have the full disc. So you're gonna fire at him?
Yes. With the acid round.
Yes. Go ahead, make a firearms check.
That's a hard pass.
You raise your air rifle with an acid round loaded and thunk! You fire it at him. It appears to hit some invisible barrier in front of his body, and the acid melts away into nothing. But roll your damage, please, so I can see how many points of flesh wound he gets.
Obviously, that cudgel thing's clearly creating his shield.
Yeah, flesh ward. He just said.
Oh,
Ah.
the damage value for the
I
acid
didn't
round
get
in
flesh
particular?
wound, but
Damage value for the acid round.
Yes.
It was the same as your normal rounds, but it deals double damage to anything vulnerable to acid.
So 1d10 plus
Yeah.
2d6 plus 4, wasn't it?
That's the one.
2d6 plus 11 points of damage.
11. Okay. The acid appears to dissolve upon hitting an invisible field, and Belphegor simply smiles even wider. He begins to raise his blue cudgel as he walks faster towards you. Okay.
Mhm.
Your dex was also 60, Edward?
Yes.
Okay, you're up next, Edward.
Well, since there's one shot been done, I'm going to use my musket rifle and kaboom.
All right,
Or-
go
or
ahead.
attempt to.
Make a firearms check, please.
Ooh, that is a hard pass.
Hard pass. Okay, roll your damage and double it, please.
Hmm. 10.
10, yes, okay. So 21 points of flesh ward down so far. You fire a musket round at him. It appears to hit something invisible in front of him and glints away with a spark of light. He opens his mouth, revealing a toothy grin underneath, and swings his cudgel, striking it at... I'm going to roll once again. Striking it at Edward Rivers. He whacks you with his cudgel, and you take 2 points of damage as the impact from the cudgel hurts, but the metal itself appears to sear your flesh, leaving a singe mark underneath. Okay.
Oh, not even a chance to dodge. Wow.
Well, you fired. Oh, yeah, I
Yeah,
forgot to make you dodge. I have to remember, yes. Actually, yeah, no, that's right. You don't get a chance to dodge. That's right. Dan Blythe, you're up. What would you like to do?
Well, he just is recalling all of our ammunition if we shoot it at him.
He has flesh ward on. The same protection you have.
Well, that's just a shield, isn't it? Or a
Yep.
seven.
We're just gonna break the shield.
Oh, by the way, Smithy, that damage you took went through your flesh ward because he's using a magical weapon here.
Oh, so...
Oh shit.
So that's 2 actual HP damage.
Oh,
okay,
great.
so...
Fleshwood thing's kind of for nothing at the moment.
Okay, so I've still got
Shit.
11 flesh wood. I need to write this down now. I've just got to separate
Yes.
it. And so that puts me at that. Okay.
Alright, Dan Blythe, what would you like to do?
Would it be possible? What's probably at the distance that he is at? Elephant gun for maximum damage.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not-
Do your roll with the elephant gun. Do a firearms check.
All right, give it a shot now. This. Ooh.
Yeah, you raise the huge elephant gun, but you're not quite used to it, and you haven't had time to fit it to your tripod. You fire, and the bullet just whizzes past him. He raises his cudgel, and he slams it into Wilbur Wallace. Wilbur, make a fighting brawl or dodge check.
Dodge it'll be. And that is a hard pass.
Hard, okay. He swings his cudgel. You step out of the way. Okay. Charlie Elwood, your turn.
Well, I got bow and arrow. I might as well put it to use and see what happens.
Right, make a firearms check.
That's a pass. 1d6.
Okay.
Just
Roll your damage, please.
4 and 2. So that's 6 all up.
6 all up. You fire your arrow. It hits something right in front of him, but instead of glancing off, this time you hear the sound of shattering glass, and your arrow just drops to the ground. You notice the look on Belphegor's face. He looks slightly concerned, But he quickly gets over it as he raises his cudgel and follows up on his swing at Wilbur Wallace. Wilbur Wallace, make another dodge check, please.
Ooh, fail.
Ooh, okay. Well, he can still fail his
Oh,
52. Okay, he hits you, slamming the cudgel into your stomach, and you take, eating through all points of armor or flesh ward, 10 points of damage.
Ooh, okay.
Jesus.
oh.
You have suffered a major wound. You must make a con check, please.
That's pass.
You pass. You manage to stay conscious. Christopher, you are up.
I guess I'll just slash him with the Blessed Blade Saber.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, that is what? It's fighting brawl, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep, that is a 34. That's a hard pass.
Right, I'll see if he's able to deflect it. He raises his cudgel to deflect it, but your blow... He deflects your blow, but you manage to knock the cudgel out of his hand.
Oh, neat.
And it falls to the ground with a loud clang. The blue glow immediately dissipates. He grunts and reaches into his coat and withdraws a sawn-off shotgun.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Wilbur, your turn.
Wait, don't I do any damage?
No, he deflected it, but you did manage to knock the cudgel out of his hand.
Okay, good.
Well, it's not really good because he just replaced it with a much worse option.
But the shotgun has to get through your flesh ward.
Oh,
Exactly.
thank God.
It's just a
alright.
normal shotgun.
I'm going to shoot him full auto mode with the air rifle.
All right. Make three firearms checks, please.
All right. So that's an extreme pass.
That's an extreme pass on the first, fail on the second.
No, that's actually a hit.
Oh,
Mine's
it's a
75.
hit. Yep.
And that's another extreme pass.
Yes.
Okay. Roll damage for 3 separate hits and double the first and the last.
So 2d6
Hey.
plus 4. All right, so 22 for the first double one.
Ooh.
Ooh.
16 for the 8 for the next hit.
And then for the final.
16 points of damage.
Okay.
Good
And now
lord.
your gun is unusable for 2 consecutive rounds as you have to reload it. You fire your gun. Bang, bang, bang. Your dex is 70, I believe.
Yes.
Make
Okay.
a dex check, please.
Well, wait, no, that's the same roll. Wait a second. Fail.
Okay, that's okay. But you're still going to hit him. But before your shots hit him, he whips around with precision, aims his sawn-off shotgun at you, and fires. You take 9 points of flesh ward damage as the shot pounds harmlessly into the flesh ward. Then your rounds hit him. First his face, then his chest, then his stomach. He shrieks in pain as his flesh begins to drop off his face. He looks at you with a look of pure hatred in his eyes and then slumps to the floor.
Yay!
Ow!
So that magical cudgel, I pick it up and examine it.
You pick up the cudgel and you examine it, but it now appears to be a normal cudgel.
So it was just powered by his will. Okay.
Yeah.
Or you can search his corpse if you like.
Yes.
Wait, what exactly is a cudgel? I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Hitty thing.
Yeah,
It's
like a
I
medieval
figured it
pipe.
was a hitty thing.
like a pike. Apparently.
No. A cudgel isn't a pike. A cudgel's like a
I
smack
might just
thing
look.
like
I might just
Like
look
a
it up.
clubby
that.
type thing.
Basically.
Yep.
I see.
You search his corpse, and inside his coat, you find a shred of paper folded up. You unfold it, and written on it is, use this to assist you with the initials CS, Carl Stanford. It appears to be an incantation for a spell called Enchant Club. It enchants one large, medium, or small club. The caster sacrifices 1 power and 1d4 sanity points and must quench the weapon in the blood of a size 40 or greater creature. Casting the spell takes about an hour. Once enchanted, the club inflicts double damage and will pierce any armor or magical barriers. However, if it is disarmed and picked up by the person who did not enchant it, its powers dissipate. However, you can learn the spell. So you take the piece of paper with you and you climb into your car, Wilbur holding his wounds, trying to keep his innards in, and you make your way back to Cannich. That completes this part of the investigation. The next day is going to be the climax.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna rest up in hospital for this. Because
Would you like to?
One point health left.
Yeah. Ooh. Would you like to?
Would you like to heal?
I would like a heal. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead. Make a first aid check. When you.
That is an extreme pass. That's a 7.
Ooh. Okay. Your major wound is healed, and you gain 1d3 HP, and you can double that.
Oh, nice.
All right.
Big money.
1. Yeah.
6 HP. As soon as you get back to Cannich, you park in front of the inn and help Wilbur inside. You dump him on his bed in his room and begin administering to the wound. The wound appears to be mainly magical rather than physical, and after applying some basic first aid, Wilbur seems to recover almost instantaneously, save from a small scorch mark left on his skin. You take a moment to reflect upon what you have found today. Gaze once more upon the Wirillier disc, the nausea welling up inside you, and then you decide to head off to bed. Those of you who are hurt may regain 1 HP over the night. Over the night, would Charlie like to make an internal monologue?
Well, I can definitely roll for one, see what happens.
All right, go ahead, make a roll.
All right, let's see what we got for today. And that's just a regular pass.
That's okay. You can still get a monologue and still get some sand back.
Where the hell do I even begin with this one? I think I've rehearsed this shit in advance. Miles from home, might as well be just as far from my guns. Nice to see that Scottish hospitality is just as friendly as the U.S. Seems to be no matter where I go nowadays, there's some jacked up nut job with either magic or weapons far beyond what I can hold. And here I am with a sword and a bow and arrow. I might as well just be friggin' throwing rocks. I don't get paid enough for this shit.
All this for 75 bucks.
No, it's not even that anymore. It's just I just don't get paid enough for this shit anymore.
Okay, you may regain your san.
Is there any way to recover?
The power you lost from the ghost is permanently gone.
Oh,
Yep, I know those struggles.
Yeah, I'd like to point out now that Charlie is probably going to permanently have issues with either a basement or attic in a house.
Never again.
If he ever actually retires and buys a house somewhere quiet, it's going to be just So I bet you'd like an attic or a basement, single story. But you could have so much more storage space, single story.
Okay, before you retire to bed, you rushed in such a panic you didn't even get to see the innkeeper or have any drinks. Would anyone like to learn the spell you took from Belphegor?
Does it have to be on a club?
Yes.
Okay.
The spell is literally called Enchant Club.
I'll pass.
I was gonna say, does anyone else use Fighting Brawl?
No.
Just me.
Just you and Dan Blythe, I believe.
I was gonna say, what's Dan Blythe's Fighting Brawl at?
His Fighting Brawl is at 50.
On 70.
Mine's at 50 as well.
Well, would you like to learn it?
It doesn't bother me either way. I mean, once I get my gun, my firearms is at 80. So once I actually get my guns back, I'll be sticking with that. But for the time being, I might as well if no one else wants it.
Dan Blythe, would you like it to enchant the tripod?
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
All right, Dan Blythe, make an intelligence check, please.
Right, an elf gun wielding enchanted tripod. Ugh.
Would you like to push that?
Obviously.
Oh, that's
You
better.
sit there in your two beds pushed together, finishing your midnight snack of chicken, and you study the piece of paper and look at your tripod, and you think you know how to conduct the ritual. Now you'll just need to find the blood of an animal large enough. And we enter the final day of the investigation.
So
where
do
you're
I
going
get my
to
magic points back?
Yes, you do.
Do we keep the flesh ward points?
They
Those will
expire after a
tho-
day.
Damn.
Yeah, they last for 24 hours, but you can cast it again.
Yeah.
The next day, you emerge in the morning, once again under the grey clouds, though they look foreboding and oppressive. Something you've never noticed about them before. Maybe it's just the time you've spent in Scotland so far and what you encountered yesterday, but it seems as if the sky itself is bearing down upon you. You gather yourselves up, make sure everything is ready, and before you head out to the dig site, is there anything you would like to do?
Would we like some extra protection again today, guys?
Yes!
Yes.
Sure.
Purchase more salt?
I mean, the
Head
salt-
over... Oh, you mean flesh ward. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's
I
what
was gonna say, is there anything else salt can really do at this point?
Probably not.
That's what I figured.
So, how much are you spending on flesh ward this time, Smithy?
I'm gonna do the same as last time.
Very well. Liam only getting one again.
God
No,
damn it!
No, M2 only gets one this time.
M2 only gets
Yeah.
one this time. Okay, fair
That's
enough.
fine.
All right.
All the flesh wood
Bet
I can
roll.
get.
Yes, roll your dice, please, to get flesh ward.
Hang on, what do I...
That's
It's,
1d6 for each magic point. So 2d6 for
No.
everyone except M2, who just gets 1d6.
and it's 1d4 San.
So
Yep,
is
so you
he
lost 2. Is he? Yes, sorry.
is he rolling the points to distribute the flesh points? The flesh ward?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
He's doing it now. Okay, so he lost 4 San.
Ugh.
Now roll
I'm
the
doing
d.
it this time. Okay.
Yep. Oh, I'll do the. No, I'll do it. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So first, everyone gets 6
Oh,
points.
yes.
Ooh,
And
nice.
everyone except M2 gets 4 points. So 10 points altogether
Oh, that's some
of
good,
flesh ward.
good flesh ward rolls tonight.
Then you step out into the car park, climb into the Morris automobile, and begin the drive up to the lock, to the dig site to face the coven of Cannich. First of all, I would like Christopher to do a navigate check, please.
That is a 6. That is an extreme pass.
The dig site is about 2 hours to the north, and you devise a route which will get you there by the time it's early afternoon. By all accounts, not a dangerous time of day. However, Charlie Elwood, please do a drive auto check.
Love that. However,
Yeah, I gotta love the howevers. Gonna spend 2 luck points to get a pass on that.
Yep. Okay. You drive the car through the winding mountain roads, the clouds bearing down upon you, and as you drive, even the hills seem to lean inwards, trying their best to crush you. You are ahead of schedule. It's just after 11 a.m. Would you like to stop to let Dan Blythe catch an animal so he can enchant his tripod?
That would probably be a good idea.
What?
Is he going to be able to catch it on his own?
Well, in order to enchant the tripod, M1, you need to bathe it in the blood of a medium-sized animal. So we're going to have to stop to hunt one. Would you like to do that?
I would like to go on the hunt.
About halfway up to the lock, you see a pine tree wood, and you park your car. It seems like the kind of place where deer would frequent, so you begin to set about hunting to catch a deer. I would like someone to make a track or survival roll, please.
I do not either.
Yeah, I'll just try for a survivor. That is a 6. So yes, you got lucky.
Yes, okay. You quickly locate some deer tracks and follow them into the woods, and they seem to even out in a clearing just ahead of you. You go a bit ahead and you see a lone deer grazing in the clearing, its mouth full of the lush green grass. Somebody will have to either sneak up on it or you could attempt to shoot it from here. However, if you miss, it will run off. What would you like to do?
Maybe I should just chance and just shoot it low. Yeah.
All right. You raise your elephant gun. Make a firearms check.
Oh wait.
Well, yep, can't be in capitals.
Apologies.
Yes! You did it. You raise your gun and you fire. Boom! The shell of the elephant gun hits the deer in its side, sending it flying at least a meter. Once it hits the ground, twitches once, and stops moving. You head out into the woods, and Dan Blythe reaches over and slings it over his shoulder. And then he carries it up the trail to your car and sets about skinning it, informing you that he knows all about meat preparation.
There you go.
That looks like a 500 grain bullet. There's a giant hole inside the deal.
He skins it, and you drain some of the blood into a bucket. Then you place the bucket on the edge of the trail, and you dip the head of your tripod into the bucket. Okay, I would like you to please spend 4 magic points and decrease your power by 4. So your power is going to go down, Dan Blythe, to 71.
Oof.
Wait around for about an hour until you see the same dull blue glow begin to emanate from the tripod, and then you lift it up, let the blood drip off the edge of it, and then place it back over your shoulder. It is now enchanted and deals double damage. You climb back into the car and continue your drive up to the dig site. The dig is on the north shore of Loch Mulladock. The entire area sports excavated rubble. There is a campsite near the waters of the loch. There are debris and artifacts scattered everywhere, and beyond the campsite, you can see the ruined half walls of an ancient half-buried building. You park your car on the dirt trail leading to the dig site, and then climb out. What would you like to investigate first? The remnants of the campsite, the debris, or the ruined building?
I would like to do the debris.
You walk up to the debris, and much of it seems to be similar to that which you found within Henry Hancock's basement. Except there's a lot more of it, and even though it's in a bit worse condition, there's enough that you're able to get a better idea of what exactly it is. Edward, please make a history check.
Ooh,
That's
nice.
good. History. That is a hard pass.
Yes, there is so many random artifacts scattered in the debris that an archaeology check is not required to determine where they came from. You could tell based on the coloration and markings that these are artifacts from the Roman Empire, pieces of legionnaires' breastplates, helmets, and swords scattered in piles across the dig site, unearthed from the ruined building and then carelessly tossed into piles as Hancock and his friend, the good doctor, intended to examine the inside of the temple and paid no attention to these random archaeological artifacts. What would you like to do next?
Have a look at the campsite.
All right. Those who are examining the campsite, make spot hidden checks, please.
That is a hard pass.
Extreme pass, thanks.
You're welcome.
Hard pass.
That's a fail.
You see two sets of tent stakes. This area had 2 tents pitched on it. However, they are now gone. The stakes are still in the ground, but the ropes attaching the tents have all been recently cut. On the edge of the campsite, you see a couple spots of what appears to be dried blood, leading towards a pile of rubble a short distance away from the half-buried temple.
Good. Well, might as well get that.
All right. You head on over, you follow the blood trail, and it leads into a large pile of rubble. The rubble appears to be random bits of brick, stone, and rock, possibly piled here during the excavation. However, you can make out a couple bits of human bone and couple slivers of human and otherwise undeterminable bone scattered around. Whatever is buried in the pile will require some digging to get it out.
I suppose I could bring a shovel.
Can I use once again use my saber to
Yep. So 2 of you will require strength checks to pass to dig this up.
All right.
Okay, that is a 31, which is, I believe, no, just normal pass.
It's a 33 for me, so that's a hard pass.
You spend about half an hour removing bits of debris from the pile, managing to assemble a couple partially complete skeletons. They appear to be human, but you also pull from the pile a strangely thin, serpentine-esque skeleton, clearly not human. You place it aside and part the rubble, and underneath you find both. I would like or everyone present to make sand checks, please.
Is this for the skeleton or what we just...
What you just found.
Oh, okay.
Pass.
Pass.
Okay.
Somehow.
Wilbur, sand check. Alright, whatever. Yep. Whatever. Yep. Pass. Okay, for passing, you lose 1 san. For failing, you lose 1d3 here. Underneath the debris, you see the weeks-old corpse of Dr. Hancock's partner. The good Dr. I've got to find his name now, because I've been calling him the good doctor. The good Dr. Chisholm. He looks to have been dead for several weeks. Several terrible wounds across his body, suggesting that he was horribly tortured in the moments leading to his death. Yes, Handcock and Jizzhole, M1. He appears to have been placed here in a half-hearted attempt to hide the body, at least temporarily. The only thing left appears to be the ruined temple. You all head into the temple. This area has been thoroughly gone over by the two archaeologists and their diggers, and very little of interest is left. All you can make out is that it was once, at one point, a large square marble building, although very little of that remains, and what remains is buried under centuries of rock and dirt, only half excavated. You see a word carved into the remnants of the marble wall in Latin lettering. It reads Azathoth. Underneath this, there is a statue of a large sphinx-like creature with a blank oval for a face. Seeing it fills you with a strange feeling of dread and deja vu, as if you have met this creature before.
Weird.
Go ahead, what would you like to do in here?
I don't know. I think I would carefully let the others point on.
Let the others take it, okay?
Because I am kind of beaten up.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the only thing of note appears to be the statue. The lettering, although spelling out the word Azathoth, which fills you with dread, appears to not be anything special.
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay, Edward, would you like to attempt an archaeology roll on the statue?
Why not? That is
Lovely!
extreme.
You examine the statue and you are slightly confused as it is a sandstone statue of a sphinx. And from rough dating, you could place it to ancient Egypt, approximately 2,000 years ago. What it is doing in a Roman temple in Scotland befuddles you. But just the same, you notice a small depression just behind the Sphinx's chin. Just enough room for a single finger to be placed.
Well, that doesn't seem ominous at all, does it?
That's
now?
not me.
Who likes sticking their fingers in places?
Mr. Blythe does.
I don't think
Alright.
he'd ever fit his finger in this.
He can try.
Well, I was going to say, if no one else is going to do it, I'll just do it.
All right, you walk up, you press your finger into the depression. You hear a clicking noise within the statue, and then the blank oval of its face slides open. Inside, you see a large circular slot, about the size of the Rillier disc. The dust pattern inside indicates that it was recently filled with another third of the disc. However, this has since been removed.
Okay.
Well then.
As you sigh with exasperation, you take another brief look of the temple, and that's when you notice it. Tracks, fairly obvious ones, making their way through the dust and dirt, out of the temple from the statue, through the campsite, around the edge of the loch, and towards the hills a short distance away. Several sets of tracks, one of them looking human, and the other two looking almost human.
Well, seems like
So you have-
whatever's taken this has gone to the hills.
So you have two choices here. You can decide that having one piece of the Rillia disc is enough, and you have found both the missing men. You may end your investigation here and return to the States, or you may follow the tracks in the interests of recovering the other two pieces.
Hmm.
Should I just do it?
But I will follow whatever the captain wants to do.
I will stab you.
Well, great, but that's not what we're trying.
What are you stabbing me with there, dear
Oh
captain?
my god!
I mean, technically, yes, that's what the captain wants to do, but what does the captain want to do in particular? No,
I think we should move forward.
All right. Into the final conflict then.
Well, that's just my opinion. What does everyone else want to do?
Let's do it.
All
Well, I'm
right.
behind you all the way, captain.
All right, let's do this.
And I am in the minority, so I guess I'm going with regardless.
It's, if I die,
Wilbur's not in.
I'll try
Wilbur's
that.
not entirely eager for it too, but
Yeah, well, my thoughts are, do we need all three pieces, or is preventing?
Like, do we just need to hold the one and make sure? Because as long as they don't have all three, they can't use it themselves.
And it sort of
Good
forces
point.
them, it forces them to come to us rather than us go to them.
Yeah.
But again, if we're working on a majority vote, then technically it's more like 3-2 at this point.
Yeah. But
would one of you like to attempt a Cthulhu Mythos check to see if you can plumb the depths of your mind for any more information about the Rillia disc?
Yeah, sure. I'll attempt that.
All right, go ahead, Christopher.
That is a pass, just on my 21.
You pull out the third of the Rillia disc, and as it makes you feel nauseous and dizzy, you stare at it, trying to make sense of the markings on it, trying to think of the papers you read back in the Silver Twilight Lodge, and all you can glean is this. Roughly 300 discs separates into 3 sections that were hacked apart by a Roman field officer 2 millennia ago. The disc, of course, is strongest when the 3 pieces are together, but additional ceremonies and a strong enough additional arcane focus, such as the Ark of Lactose, may compensate for the absence of 1 or even 2 of the disc segments.
Yeah, looks like
So-
we're pressing on.
You're making it harder for them,
But
it's just
they
you're going
don't
to
get-
have to work harder to stop them if you don't get all 3 pieces.
Yep.
All right. So it appears your
Well,
path
you've been
is
holding
set.
out on us that information then, captain.
We didn't think
Yes.
it would be useful until now. You make sure your weapons are ready, and then you follow the tracks deep into the hills. You walk for about an hour as the afternoon sun glows in the sky, and you come to a stone cottage with a thatched roof. This cottage rests beneath a low cliff on the side of the Craig Dub, a mountain. A well-kept trail leads from a clearing just off the dig site past the lock and towards the cottage. The cottage door, the cottage which appears to be built into the cliff face itself, seems to be the only way inside. It is locked with a hasp and an old padlock.
Alright, who wants to break open that?
I am
Well,
not. I'm not good with the picking of the locks or the barging through the doors, so I'll
I
let someone else.
passed.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yep. Without waiting for you, Charlie just sighs and he silently steps forward and picks the padlock and he rips it off and
We're
then
getting
ushers
better at
you
this.
into the cottage. Inside the cottage is what appears to be a makeshift bedroom. It holds a battered brass bedstead with a feather mattress, dirty sheets, and a down comforter. An ancient and battered wardrobe stands against the north wall. I'd like you all to make spot hidden checks, please.
That is a pass.
That's an extreme
fail.
pass.
That's a fail.
Okay. You notice in the room 3 things of note. That the crude wardrobe appears to be out of place, and under the bed is a small leather trunk. You pull it out and open it up. You find inside a gold pocket watch with the initials HMH engraved on it, Henry Hancock, and a leather-bound book with the title True Magic. Oh. This will be something you'll have to read in the downtime. Upon closer examination, the strange wardrobe appears to have been clumsily pushed into place in order to try and cover a roughly hewn cave entrance into the cliff face behind it.
I'd like to.
Okay, a strength check, please.
Then you get Archie. Yeah. Come on, off. There's a good boy. Fur everywhere. That is a 15. Whoa.
15. Lovely. You grab it and you noisily push it out of the way, knocking it over. It shatters into matchwood as it hits the ground, and you have access to the cave wall, to the cave entrance inside. All you can see is a cave mouth in the cliff wall. It's inside pitch black. Just inside the entrance, a yellowed scrap of paper is pinned to the rock. You rip it off and take a look. It appears to be a list of coven members. A list of names, none of whom you recognize. However, you do recognize the abbreviations next to their names. Secret degrees of the Silver Twilight cult.
Oh, then.
You appear to have found the stronghold of your enemy, the hideout of the Coven and the Silver Twilight agents working with them.
Oh, god damn it.
Oh my.
Well, weapons up, boys.
Weapons out.
I was going to say, you assume mine.
Assume it's not already out.
It's just a turn of phrase.
Nope.
How do you turn a phrase?
Let's go fire
Don't know. I don't care. Let's get this fucking over with.
Sorry, Tom. You're loading fire rounds.
Yep, fire rounds.
Right,
Of
fire
course,
rounds.
Tom's
Okay.
loading fire rounds.
Are you going to use the battery-powered torch to light your way, or goggles?
How much power's the goggles got left?
You have no way to tell.
I might use the goggles for the time being because since we've got some batteries from the electric torches, I can pass them to the downtime he could.
See if he can reverse engineer them.
Yes.
Okay. Make your way through the cave mouth. Christopher strapping on the futuristic headgear and raising a lip to his mouth. Shh. As he silently leads you into the pitch darkness.
Everyone be quiet!
We're enveloped in inky blackness, the only thing to guide your way being the small pinprick of green light coming from Christopher's head as he leads you into the mountain, deeper
I'm behind
and
Christopher,
deeper.
just holding around his waist.
Of course
Can you
are.
just not?
The passage leads inward. It grows narrower and more treacherous. It turns sharply to the left and to the right and then goes down a steep descent into the mountain itself. And even though you already cannot see, you get the feeling that it's growing even darker. You no longer can hear the sounds of the outside, the blowing of the wind, the bird calls of wildlife. Instead, dead silence, save for your footsteps crunching on the rock. You come to a fork in the path, 2 passageways leading further down into the mountain, one to the left and another to the right. You take a look down, and the ground has become sheer rock, too hard to have tracks. You cannot tell from following the tracks which way you should take. The rock face is clean and scratched.
Can I put on the other mode of it and see if there's any like residual heat?
Yes, you can. You flick on the other mode and you look down both passages, but it detects no signs of no sign of bodily heat.
Okay, switch it back to normal and I guess go down the path that kind of looks like it's been used.
Okay. Sure, you don't want to try to listen and see if you can hear anything.
Oh yeah, listen checks. We haven't done any of those yet.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot about that. Okay, let's see.
I would like Dan Blythe to make a listen check, because I know he has it at 60. And I'd like one other of you to make a listen check. You're each going to listen to left
60.
and right.
Mine's at 20, so...
Would you like to push that, Dan Blythe?
Yeah, sure.
So who's got the next highest?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, I might as well try.
Here. Alright, you try. Go ahead.
That is a 20 smack bane on, and thank God, because I don't have listen.
Oh, well, that's why I was asking, because mine's at 40, but we're here now, so...
You
whatever.
lean in and you try close your eyes and you try to pick up the tiniest hint of sound. And from the left, you think you can hear in the distance footsteps, shuffling footsteps and strange chanting. And to the right, at first, nothing. But then rumbling, the rumbling and shaking of rock as if something is boring through the cliff.
Oh shit.
I don't know which one sounds more fucking terrifying. Which one do we want to do?
The one that doesn't sound like it's boring.
I mean, neither of them sound boring. They both sound absolutely terrifying and deadly.
Boom, boom.
If anything, boring would be back the way we came, but...
Yes, it would.
So we're asking for the left one, then?
Yeah.
Left. All right. You've decided upon left.
A doll doesn't
Christopher.
sound like a fun time.
Exactly. Or a Chthonian.
I was going to say, neither does a group of people in the middle of a ritual, but, you know...
You make your way down the leftmost passage, and soon you come into an anteway carved out of stone. Christopher, only you are able to see this, but you see that somebody has carved stone pillars out of the cliff and carvings into the wall that depict a motif of serpentine people and a tall, impossibly thin man in black, the crawling chaos. You continue making your way further into the cavern, and soon it opens into a network of twisting, crisscrossing tunnels. You can hear the voices and the footsteps and use them as a guide to get you where you need to go. But you're going to have to try not to get lost. Christopher, make a hard navigate check, please.
Navigate. Hey, come on. We need 20 or under. And that is a 19.
Okay. You turn left and you move forward and continue walking, and then you turn right and then straight ahead, doing your best to follow the sounds to lead you through the network of twisting, crisscrossing caverns, some of them which lead deeper into the mountain and probably into the sanctum of whoever lives here. Eventually, you are walking down a thin, very narrow tunnel with small outcroppings in the rock on either side of you, natural crevasses and cracks in the mountain. And you begin to hear footsteps walking in your direction.
I alert everyone else. And is there anywhere to hide, or is it just one straight narrow?
There are several large rocks you can hide behind. There's a chance you may still be seen, or if you're game enough, you can try to hide in one of the natural cracks in the cliff face.
Huh.
Or you could try and use the darkness as a cover to simply sneak past whoever's coming.
Oh yeah, that works as well. Yeah, this is all up to me, isn't it? Because I'm the only one that can see.
Yep.
Well, but they can give input. They can give input on whether they'd like to hide or.
Anyone else?
I'd like to hide it. I don't know.
Captain, can you point me in the direction of somewhere to hide? And then you can be nearby as well.
There's a cliff face there. Go jump off it.
Charming.
Yes, I would like to. I'm going to assume they have torches with them.
They may or may not. You don't know who it is.
Okay, let's try sneak past and wary eye on them.
All right, everyone in agreement with that?
Sure.
I would like everyone to make hard stealth checks, please.
Oh, hard stealth checks. Well,
Oh,
No, I should have prepped my stealth device.
Yes, you didn't have a chance to fix it.
Yeah.
Actually, before you make the stealth check, Tom, I want you to do a luck check.
All right. Then fail.
Yeah, no, you didn't have time to fix it. All right, so that's one fail.
And
that's mine.
that's a pass from me.
That's a fail.
pass. That's a fail. Okay, you try sneaking ahead, but without being able to see, it's very likely that you'll bump into them, leaving you with no choice but to quickly dart in and try to wedge yourselves into the gaps in the wall. I want each of you to make hard dex checks, please.
Okay, that's a pass for me.
That's a fail for me.
That 18
That's
will
a
be.
fail. Oh, it's just a normal pass, not a hard pass.
Yep. All right, here we go.
Oh, damn it.
Looks like we're standing and fighting.
Yeah.
In the
well,
dark.
Okay. Dan Blythe, make a luck check, please.
Archie, shut
He
your mouth.
passed! He
Oh my
passed.
god.
Those of you who are able to wedge yourselves into the cracks do so, while everyone else presses themselves up against the wall as flat as you could go. However, for Dan Blythe, this still leaves a boulder-sized obstruction in the middle of the path.
He is the
The foot-
boulder.
And if that's not enough to catch anyone's attention, you're sure his heavy breathing will be enough to do so. But the footsteps grow louder and louder. And then, Christopher, you see 3 figures walking down the tunnel towards you. A man wearing a white... Yeah, you're reaching for your asthma puffer and just silently puffing it as they come past. You see 3 figures. The one in the middle, a man wearing the white robes of the silver twilight. And flanking him, at least half a foot taller than him and much thinner, their skin glowing pale green in the light of the night vision goggles. Serpent people.
Oh, shit.
Mostly humanoid, save for their long, lanky limbs and scaly, rough skin and their thin, snake-like heads with glowing eyes that pierce through the darkness. You take a deep breath, preparing yourself for combat, but they pass, and you are left undisturbed. You all breathe a collective sigh of relief. And I would like Christopher to make a sand check, please.
Haven't I already seen... would this still count because I've seen the, bones
You've
of the
seen the
snake?
skeleton, you haven't
Okay.
seen one. You haven't seen one in the flesh.
Fair
before.
enough. That is a 60 piece.
Pierce. Yes, you lose one. No, you lose nothing for seeing a serpent person and
Oh, cool.
passing.
Nice.
Okay. You slowly help everyone else out of their hiding spots and continue down the dark tunnel. Make a luck check, please.
All of us?
Christopher.
Okay.
Mate, just Christopher.
That is a 13. That's the Pierce.
For a brief moment, less than a second, the vision in your night vision goggles blinks out and you are left in pitch blackness. But then it comes back, flickering a few more times, and words begin to blink in the top right corner. Low battery.
Oh, shit. Archie, what?
But you continue making your way further into the caves. I would like all of you to make normal stealth checks now, please.
That's a 6. That's an extreme pass.
That's also a 6. What he said.
Lovely. Pass. Lovely. That's enough. That's enough for a group pass. You continue down the tunnel. A couple of times you see or hear serpent people parties coming, and you have to duck out of the way or choose an alternative tunnel branching off the main one to avoid them. After what seems like hours, the cave eventually opens into a large natural cavern, dimly lit with a couple of lanterns hanging on the rock face, spilling forth a flickering, dim blue flame light. In this room is an altar in the very center of the room. The altar is a chunk of rock, nothing more, save for the carving on the front of it. On one side, a carving of a tall, impossibly thin man, Nyarlathotep, and in front of him, on the other side of the altar, a carving of what appears to be a large, terrible, toad-like creature, Cthulhu. Lying on top of the altar, you see, glinting in the flickering light, the 2 remaining pieces of the Rillier disc. But with their backs turned to you currently, 3 members of the serpent people. They are all have their backs turned to you, their heads bowed over the altar, chanting in a bizarre, guttural, throaty serpent language.
So can we full on see them now without the goggles?
Yep, you can. You can take the goggles off. This chamber is bathed in dim, flickering blue torchlight.
Archie, I love you, but Mike.
Well, how would you like to approach this?
How big is the chamber?
It's quite big, about 30 feet in area altogether. The altar directly in the middle, and the 3 serpent people in front of you.
Is there any any exits the other way, like any holes?
Nope. The tunnel you came through appears to be the only entrance and exit to the room. The room is dimly lit enough that you may be able to sneak in and find a place to hide, wait for them to leave, but it would be difficult.
Inputs, people.
Well, I'm not the most stealthy of peoples,
Yeah, I'm not the most stealthy of people as well, I think.
so I don't think I'd be able to hide or hard hide.
Do we actually know what they're doing in here? I mean, obviously.
No, you didn't. They're chanting, but without knowing exactly what they're saying or getting a little bit closer to get a better look, you have no way of being able to tell. All you can tell at the moment is that they are serpent people with their backs turned to you. They're still basically shrouded in half shadow in the dim light.
I mean, my stealth's at 50. I can always try and get closer to figure out what they're doing, but
And are they wearing the white robe?
No, these are serpent people. These are not members of the.
but
These are not members of the Silver Twilight or the Coven. But you know that there are members of the Coven in this cave network.
Yeah,
Can
we
we?
know they're working.
Oh Jesus, Archie! Can we hear the chants?
You can, but it's not in a language you can understand. It's more like a guttural, throaty, like.
Okay, so getting close is not really going to reveal shit then.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking two options. Sneak past them and wait for them to see if they leave, or sneak attacks.
How far away is the altar from where we are?
About 15 feet.
15. And they're just on the other side of it.
Yes. Well, they're directly in front of you, but their backs are turned to you.
Oh, so they're between us and the altar?
Yes,
Yeah.
they're between you and the altar.
Okay. I don't think I really like our chances of being able to all of us hide and
Well,
wait.
Charlie suggested sneaking up to get a better look at them, at least maybe provide some additional information.
Yeah. That's why I said two options, either sneak attack or sneak.
All right, Charlie, make a stealth check, please.
All right. That's another 6.
Oh,
That's
damn.
Tensing your finger on the trigger of your gun and breathing heavily.
I don't have a gun. All I
Oh,
got
yeah,
is
yeah.
a bow and arrow.
Tensing your hands on the bow and breathing heavily, you creep into the cavern slowly, just enough to get a better look at the serpent people in the dim light. You creep about 5 feet in and then crouch behind a pointed rock jutting out of the floor. Make a spot hidden check, please.
I'm gonna try that again. That's bad. That's a hard pass.
The two serpent people on the left and right appear to be unarmored and only lightly armed, each one of them wearing a spear around his back and nothing more, and wearing no armor save for the earth-colored robes dangling off their bodies. The serpent man in the middle, however, is slightly taller than the others. You notice him wearing a metallic breastplate, and although he appears to be unarmed, you notice his eyes glowing a strange bright red, as if they are burning orbs. And seeing this fills you with a sense of dread.
Of course it would.
And I'd also like you to make a sand check, please.
Of course.
No, that's natural considering. Nope, that's a fail.
That's a fail. Okay, 1d6 sand, please.
Oh no.
So we found who's ready to see my stealth go out the fucking window. That's a 5.
Oh no.
All right.
Guys.
Make an intelligence check, please.
We're trying to fail this one, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Cool.
You want to
so I got
fail.
50-50 chance. Well. Shit, that's a 3. Well,
Oh fuck.
All right.
Fucking-
All right. Well, I
I was
guess I
getting
got to
tired of
play
letting
the.
you-
I guess I got to play the music here.
Yep, this is happening now. Let's just get this over with.
Yep. Take a deep breath and then open your mouth in a battle cry. Would you like to attack with your bow and arrow or with your sword? I'll give you that much agency.
Well, thank you.
You know what? Screw it. If I'm gonna do this, I bought the damn sword first, so fuck it, I'm gonna use it.
You grab the sword in both hands and shout, "Ah!"
Oh
in
god.
fear and anger as you rush out from behind the rock towards the lizard people. You raise it and slash at one of the unarmored ones. Make a fighting brawl check, please.
Also, rip headphone users.
Yep.
Yes, sorry, headphone users.
At least you know it's authentic. That's a hard pass.
Oh nice.
Ooh, lovely. I'm gonna try to make a dodge check.
I was gonna say, I might be insane, but damn it if I'm not putting this to good use.
The serpent reaches for his spear and he pulls it out, but not in time to parry your blow. Make your damage roll.
And do I double that?
Yes, you do.
Well, that's good, because
That's going to
be...
impale.
Yeah, that's gonna be 16 points.
Oh, fuck
Ooh,
yeah.
You
nice.
plunge up with the sword, plunging it through his unarmored chest. He tries to plunge the spear at you and then drops it, gurgling a death cry, and then goes limp on the end of your sword.
Yes, you
Oh,
just
holy
pissed
shit.
off Yig.
You pull the sword away, and the corpse of the serpent person drops to the ground.
Look, in another
Okay.
campaign, another lifetime, maybe I'd be more friendly to snake people. Right now, I'm slightly insane and
Next
invoking
D&D campaign.
some form of Scottish citizen, so fuck it, let's do this.
Okay, serpent people have a dex of 90.
Oh,
Of course
So-
they do.
My god.
So first of all, the other unarmed serpent person turns around and he reaches for his spear and hissing at you. He rushes at you, plunging it in your direction. Make a fighting brawl or dodge check, please, Charlie.
That's gonna have to be fighting brawl, because my dodge check's not that good. Nah, that's a fail. Well,
Yep. Okay, that's a fail. He could still miss you. And you have
Probably.
flesh ward on.
Yeah.
You have flesh
I
ward
do,
on.
but that doesn't mean I want to waste it all in one go.
He makes a pass and he plunges the spear into your chest, knocking you backwards off your feet. You take
oh damn.
1 point of damage, which is
Yay.
negated by your flesh ward.
Ow.
The serpent person leader turns around. He looks at you on the ground, and then the rest of you. He looks at you each in turn, as if sizing you up. The rest of you. Oh yeah, well Dan Blythe's got the lowest luck here. He looks at Dan Blythe, and he opens his mouth in a hiss. And then he rears back his head and spits out a globule of acid.
Oh.
Dan Blythe, make a dodge check, please.
Bummer.
I'm praying that the donuts wore off by now. I roll out of the way.
Oh damn.
Ooh, lovely.
Walk with an armadillo ball and roll.
Oh.
Got it. He did better than you, though. You attempt to roll out of the way, hitting the dirt, but there's still enough of your body that the acid lands on your back, burning through your suit and into your flesh. You take 5 points of damage, and that is saved by your flesh ward, so you appear to be fine for the moment. Okay, Christopher, your turn.
I will go for the the armored one. That seems to be the leader.
Armored one, the leader. Yep, go ahead, make a fighting brawl check.
Okay, that is a oh, you're gonna love this. That's an extreme.
Ooh, okay.
That's 13.
He tries to dodge, but he can't, and your cavalry saber hits him right on the metal breastplate, knocking him backwards. Roll your damage, please.
Okay, what? Saber. D8. Sure. That's a 6 plus 1, 7. Oh, I don't have any more. Oh, I don't have a damage bonus anymore. Shit. God damn it.
Yeah.
Is
Wait, what are you doing first?
because I lost power.
No, power doesn't do anything
Oh,
with your damage
okay.
bonus.
I thought.
Nope.
Power,
Give it your strength,
power's a
or-
mental stat.
Oh,
You-
that's
yeah,
right.
you did.
When I lost
Yeah,
strength.
you lost. Yeah, so your size is actually smaller now. Yeah.
He's a
Right,
weaker
so that's
ball.
just
Okay,
that's just double whatever you rolled.
Okay, so what did I say? I rolled a 7.
7, so
plus-
14.
Oh no, that will be 16 because it's Oh no, never mind. Sorry, I was looking at the AK. Yeah, 14.
Yep. He hisses as he stumbles backwards. Okay. Wilbur, your turn.
All right. So is there anything sort of immediately very flammable nearby?
Not that you could tell, unless the lanterns that are bathing the cavern in flickering blue light are flammable. Are
Sure.
you willing to try and test that?
No. I'm just going to open fire on these snake people.
All right, make a firearms check.
That's a pass.
Pass. Okay, roll. And one of the unarmored ones leaps in front of the leader, taking your round, singeing its chest away. It falls to the ground and makes a death rattle as it ceases to move. The leader takes a step backwards. Okay. It is Edward's turn.
Yeah, I will follow suit.
All right, you're firing at the leader. Go ahead.
Yep. Ooh,
Ooh.
Ooh, that's an
Nice
extreme.
Damn.
And as you fire at him, he hisses, and in seemingly one motion, he leaps behind the altar, your bullet shattering the rock face in front of him. He's used his one guaranteed dodge that he gets.
Monkey fucker.
Really?
He's a special. Yeah, he's a special enemy. They've written down in the book he gets one guaranteed dodge because he's the leader. Because these aren't serpent people. These are degenerate serpent people. So they have slightly different stats. But you've gotten the guaranteed dodge out of him. He's not going to be able to use that again. So that was a good turn altogether. Okay, Dan Blythe, you're up next.
Ooh.
Where's
Can I
this?
raise my elephant gun at him?
Go ahead.
Alright.
Ooh, let's see. That's a 43.
But it's a pass though.
There's a pass. He pokes his head out from behind the altar, and you fire. Bing! Let's roll for damage, shall we? So that's going to be 3d6 plus 4.
And then it's double, isn't it?
Yep.
24.
Ooh, 12 points of damage.
Ooh.
He opens his mouth as if he's about to spit at you, and then bang! You fire,
Isn't it 24?
taking his head. Yep, taking his head clean off his shoulders.
That's what
He
you get
falls
for
to
running,
the
you cowardly
ground.
snake.
Make a luck check, please. You don't have time to celebrate, as you soon hear footsteps coming from the other side of the cavern. You turn around and you see 4 more figures emerging. 3 more serpent people, 2 unarmored, and another serpent person priest.
Oh,
and
shit.
following along with them, a young blonde-haired woman looking no older than 19, wearing the white robe of the Silver Twilight. They come barreling into the cavern as you look back and forth between the altar and the new arrivals. Okay. Charlie, make a power check to break out of temporary insanity.
Power check. That's a 58, so that's a pass.
You have managed to regain your senses. You may now take your turn.
Well, I don't trust the one actual human in that particular group. Just fuck that noise, so I'm just gonna, figure the sword's worked already, might as well go again.
Yep. You rush at her, screaming. Make a fighting brawl check.
Oh, I'm gonna love to see you try and beat that one. That's a 2.
Oh.
Ooh, let's see. Let's see her dodge. You are fine. You rush at her, sword raised. She looks at you for a moment and then brushes a lock of her long blonde hair out of her face and begins to raise her hand as if ready to cast a spell.
Nope.
But she cannot get out of the way. You slash your sword right into her midriff. Make your damage roll, please.
So how much damage do I do for a...
For this, it is going to be 1d6 plus your damage bonus.
I know that, but how much does that go up by for a crit?
Double.
Really?
That's
Just double that.
Impaling.
Yeah. That's 12 points of damage.
Ooh. She raises her hand, and you see magical energy begin to spark in it, and then you plunge the side of your blade into her midriff, knocking her to the ground. The magical energy begins to dissipate, and then you reach back your sword and plunge the tip into her heart. She gurgles once, lets out a death rattle, and then chokes on her own blood and dies.
Yeah, as this is happening, I'm just letting going. I've really had it up to here with this magical bullshit.
You have killed a member of the Coven of Cannich, and she was about to unleash a shriveling, by the way, so that's a good thing.
Don't care. It's dead.
It is the Serpent People's turn. The Serpent person most directly next to her plunges at you with his spear. Make a dodge or fighting brawl check.
I can't push that, can I?
No, it's a combat roll, unfortunately.
Alright, well then you're basically guaranteed to hit, because I've gone from a 2 to a 96.
Oh, shit.
He plunges his spear at you and just manages to hit you with the tip. You take 1 point of damage, which is in your flesh ward.
Yeah, I still have like 4 points of the flesh ward, because Jesus Christ, they're just not doing a damn thing.
The other serpent person, the other unarmed one, hisses, and he opens his mouth and spits a globule of acid at Christopher.
Fuck you.
Christopher, make a dodge check, please.
That is a 7, which is a on dodge. That's off my. That's a critical, not a crit, an extreme.
Okay.
Hey, I know this music.
Yes, it's the intro music. He spits a globule of acid at you and you duck. It flies over your head and begins burning into the cliff face. The serpent person priest runs forward. He looks at each of you, his forked tongue darting in and out of what passes for his lips, hissing. He looks around. He sees Edward reloading his musket gun. He sees Blythe in the corner, struggling to maintain control of his elephant gun. And he sees Wilbur aiming his air rifle in his direction. I'm going to assign a value to Dan Blythe and Wilbur here, and then I'm just going to roll. Okay. He turns his gaze towards Wilbur and seems to pierce into your very soul with his flashing, burning yellow eyes. Make a power check, please, Wilbur.
This is... that is an extreme pass. Actually, more than extreme. That's like 20 times under mine.
He looks at you and seems to shoot a ray of energy from his left eye. It hits you, and you feel some sort of pain churning in your innards, but you hold on and you shake your head, and you manage to prevent the effects from manifesting. You have staved off the effects of the death ray for this round.
Oh.
Christopher, your turn.
Okay, I'll go for the priest.
Alright, go ahead. Make a fighting brawl check.
That is a 17, which is, I do believe... Yes, it is.
Yep. And he rolls out of the way using his guaranteed dodge.
Oh, you asshole.
Okay. Edward, your turn.
I am trying to hide behind, like, the altar or whatever and reloading out
Yep,
of...
you're reloading your gun. Sticking the fluffy thing in there and refilling the black powder, pushing as hard as you can. Okay, Dan Blythe, your turn.
Ooh, time to
Shoot or are you gonna reload, or are you gonna go in there with your enchanted tripod?
All right, who we've got left so far?
You've got two normal serpent men and a serpent priest. The two normal ones are unarmored. The serpent priest is wearing a breastplate of some sort.
All right. Can I take this round to reload my elephant gun?
Yep, sure. You flip open the barrel and begin to insert another round. Okay, Charlie's turn.
Yeah, well, doing pretty well so far. So, sword, priest, let's deal with this.
All right, go ahead. Fighting brawl check, please.
18.
Nice.
18. All right. See.
Yeah,
He
no
tries to dodge, but he can't, and you swing your sword at him.
Yeah, no one's
Do the damage roll, please.
And that's going to be 16 points of damage.
Ooh.
16 points of damage, and he saves 2 from his armor, leaving him with 1 hit point.
Oh.
Slice off one of his arms, and green blood begins to spurt forth. He looks at you and hisses in rage. It's the serpent people's turn. The one with the spear rushes forwards and plunges his spear at you again. Make a fighting brawl or dodge check, please.
You'd really think the priest would be the one going after me, but you know. And nope, that ain't gonna do it.
That ain't gonna. All right, here we go. 1d100. He plunges his spear into your torso, knocking you off your feet, and you take 3 points of damage eaten up by your flesh ward.
Alright, so I still have 1, 1, 3. So I still have 1 point of flesh ward left.
The other unarmed serpent person stands in between you and the priest, and he holds his spear, not plunging in your direction, but crossing it in front of himself, as if he is defending his master. The serpent person priest looks at you briefly. He flickers his tongue in the air as if considering something. But then he realizes his death ray can only target one person. And so he flicks his head sideways towards Wilbur once again. Wilbur, make a power check.
I haven't had a turn since...
Oh yeah, Wilbur, go ahead, take your turn.
So this pass with his death ray me. I'm going to full auto his ass.
Alright, go ahead.
Alright, so that's crit.
Oh, damn.
It's a hard pass. And it's a hard pass.
Hard pass. Ooh, go ahead. Okay. Roll the damage on that, please. He's only got 1 HP left, so you don't need to.
Yeah.
Step forward, and you fire your gun. Bang, bang, bang. Actually, you fired didn't you fire a flame round before?
Yes.
Did you reload? Because the air rifle needs to be reloaded after every round.
Oh,
no,
see, I thought you could full auto, so we'd take 3 shots.
Yeah, but you still need to have reloaded from the shot you did before.
Oh,
then
okay.
you could
so
full auto.
So can I reload and shoot then?
Yes, you can, but it won't be a full auto.
Okay.
All right, so you reload. You quickly place a new slug
Still a crit.
into the tube,
Yeah.
and then roll with disadvantage on this firearms check.
All right.
Oh.
All right. 4 off. Can I do anything about that?
Unfortunately, no, because it's a combat roll. Can't be pushed or no luck. You fire a shell, and it just sails over his head, missing him by less than a centimeter. Okay, he's now going to use his turn to use Death Ray on you again. Power check, please.
All right. That is a hard pass.
Okay, so he has to get a critical. He has to get an extreme or critical to beat you here.
Oh no!
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's work out how this works. So it's supposed to be your constitution. What's your constitution?
My constitution's 70.
70. Okay, so 70 divided by 5. Okay, so 14 constitution. So how the death ray works is you always take 30 damage, and this eats through armor or flesh ward, minus your constitution. So 30 take 14 is 16. He fires a beam.
Still alive.
Yes, because you've taken 6. Do you have 16 damage? Because
Yes.
you still have the flesh ward. Yes,
I've 7, and I've got this flesh ward.
that's right. Okay, he fires a beam of light at you, singeing your skin, but you fall to the ground and things begin to grow black, but you don't die. A few moments pass, and something has saved you, so you pull yourself back to your feet. The serpent priest hissing in rage. Okay, Christopher, your turn.
Hello, Mr. Priest. Meet Mr. Saber.
Alright, roll to hit him.
That is a hard pass.
Hard pass, okay. He has to get a hard or critical.
God damn it!
He dodges out of the way, and as he dodges, he opens his mouth, firing a globule of acid in your direction. Make a dodge check, please.
That is a 5.
That's a 5. The acid sails over your head, eating into the stone floor below. Okay. Wilbur, it's your turn again. You've now reloaded. Oh, we have to reload again, but you can reload and fire again if you like.
Yep, reload and fire again.
Go ahead.
Right. Oh, shit, missed again.
Once again, you miss him. Your flame round sails over his head, hitting one of the lanterns and bursting into flame. Make a luck check, please.
Yep. That is a critical pass.
The lantern appears to be unaffected by the tiny explosion and continues swinging in an invisible wind. Okay, Edward, your turn.
So I've reloaded. So let's see if we can actually get a hit with it now that he's used his. No, so close, but no.
You reach out and you fire. Your bullet smashes into the stone wall behind him. It is now Dan Blythe's turn.
Kill this goddamn priest.
You've reloaded your elephant gun, Dan Blythe. Would you like to fire it straight at him?
Let's do this. Let's John McClane this thing. All right.
Okay. Let's see how that. Let's go. Come on, it's John McClane it.
No.
Bang!
No.
You shatter a large stalactite behind him, and he smirks at you, flicking his tongue. Okay, Charlie Elwood.
I'm going to stick to my current winning method at this point.
Rush in with your sword. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
4.
Oh.
He's going to try to dodge that.
Watch him get a 1.
And he can't.
Oh, good.
You reach up with your sword and plunge it into his neck, pushing it deeper. He hisses, and with a squelch, his head comes clean off its shoulders and drops to the ground. This leaves one last serpent person. He rages, his master dead. He turns right towards you, opens his mouth, and fires a globule of acid in your direction. Make a dodge check, please.
Nope.
All right, here we go. Take 8 points of damage as the acid splashes onto your torso, burning through your clothing. The creature hisses. Christopher, it's your turn.
Okay, yep. We go for it. Take his head off.
All right, go ahead.
That is a roll. That is a hard pass. It's a 32.
Hard pass.
Oh,
okay,
God damn it.
Try to dodge. And he uses his spear to parry your blow and then plunges his spear into your chest, hitting you for 5 points of damage in your flesh ward.
All right, that's
okay,
1 point of
Wilbur,
flesh
your
ward left.
turn.
All right. I'm just going to reload and find some cover.
All right, you're going to reload and make a shot. Go ahead.
No, mate, finding cover.
Ah, you're finding cover. Okay, that's fine. It is Edward's turn.
Same thing. Stay in my cover and reload.
Not game enough to rush in with your saber?
Edward isn't the physical. He's like
All
the
right,
long range.
you're reloading.
He's the
Okay,
sub of
Dan
the group.
Blythe. Dan Blythe, you will have to reload your elephant gun, or you can rush in with your enchanted tripod and try to brain him. It deals double damage if you hit.
I'll try and reload.
Oh god damn.
Yeah, you're gonna reload. Okay, Charlie. I guess you want to chalk up another kill.
Yeah, I'm done with this place and everyone in it. That's a 12. Let's get this over with.
Here we go. And he attempts to parry with his spear, but he's too late. Roll your damage.
Good answer. It's going to be 14.
14. You plunge your sword up into his unarmored chest. He rattles, twitches, and goes still. The
I'm
cavern
starting to
is...
think that I have, despite rolling for it, I don't think I ever got out of the insanity. So at this point, I'm just clearly in a blind fucking rage.
I think so. I think you're just going for it at this point. Okay. The cavern is empty for the moment. Who's going to take the relic disc pieces?
I'll take it.
I feel like we should have them on different people.
I'll take
Oh
one.
yeah. That's a good point. I've already got one. So.
I'll take one. I feel
I feel like we could really hide them well with Dan Blythe. I think.
Yeah, you can take the other piece, but I believe I've earned one.
One inside my fold and the other inside my ass cheek.
So
All
the
right.
captain's got one, Dan Blythe has one, and Charlie has one.
Okay, the three of you who are carrying the Rillia disc pieces, as your skin touches them, you begin to feel nauseous inside. Not enough to disable you or hinder you in any way, but you could feel your stomach churning and a sense of dread coming over you. And if you hold on to these objects for too long, it's only a matter of time. You hear more shouting and footsteps deeper into the cavern, and you hear the sound of rock rumbling further away, and you realize it's time to get the hell out of here.
Looks to me.
Yep.
Okay, everyone, make a dex check, please.
That's a
Someone
Yes,
else probably
I'll pass.
should take.
That's a pass for me.
Yep.
Yeah,
Now
I think
this
someone else. Mhm.
is a chase. Yep.
Extreme.
Extreme. This is a chase roll. It can be pushed.
I might push mine.
Yep.
Does someone want to take my piece of the amulet? Because I failed both of mine. So
Uh-oh.
yeah.
Okay. You.
Someone might want to. Does anyone want to take my piece off with me so they don't?
How
get it?
much did you fail by?
Well, the lowest I rolled was about a 70, and my my dexterity is only about 40. So
Okay. How much luck do you have?
Spent about 3, I think, so far in this episode. So about 47.
Ooh. Okay. Dan Blythe has lower luck than you, so he's unfortunately going to suffer the effects of this failed push.
Does
You
my
s-
extreme do anything to be able to help with that, or?
No, these are just for you. That's not a group roll. You're sprinting, running as fast as you can, trying to remember your way through the twisting network of caverns. All around you, in the darkness, you can hear the sounds of footsteps, hissing and shouting. You are being chased by countless snake people, and as the rock begins to churn and rumble and the caverns themselves shake, you feel something even worse bearing down upon you. You crisscross through the caverns, turn left to the right, dodge out of the way of some snake person's spears, fire off a shot with one of your guns, slash with your sword, continue running, leap over a small dip in the rock, and then you hear Dan Blythe shout in surprise as he trips over a loose piece of stone, tumbling face first onto the ground behind you. As you stop and watch, the walls of the tunnel begin to shake and rumble. Small bits of dust begin to drop off the ceiling. And then, in one terrible motion, a large worm leech,
Oh,
like
fuck.
a large leech-looking creature, bursts through the side of the tunnel, darting towards Dan Blythe. Dan Blythe, I will allow you to do a dodge check here.
Okay. Get the fuck away from me. Oh, I'll push it.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, go ahead, push it.
Let's try.
It's a chase roll.
Oh.
39. That's a pass. Okay. He can still get you, so.
I know he can.
And luckily, it's just a pass, so you manage to dodge out of the way as one of the as the large pulsating leech bursts into the tunnel, its entire mass filling up the cavern, and it lashes at you with one of the many tongues dangling from its open mouth, and you take
Oh no.
7 points of damage.
I haven't had a heart attack yet. Good.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to make you
Oh, god
take a heart
damn it.
attack
You
check.
had to mention it.
You have heart pills. Would you like to take your heart pills?
Oh shit! Absolutely done.
You feel the clutching pain in your chest. You grab the bottle of pills and force them down your mouth. The pain begins to subside, and you continue running with the terrible, gigantic creature barreling down upon you. You begin to run. You run further and further, and you feel the ground arching upwards, bringing you closer to the entrance. But there is still a ways to go. Everyone, make dex checks again, please.
That is a hard pass for me.
Well, I failed mine. I'm not going to push it because I don't want anyone else to get screwed over by my fuck up. So I will take
Dan Blythe just passed his.
That's a fail.
All right. How's Wilbur doing?
What is it? What check were we making?
Dex.
Pass.
You pass.
Again, I'd like to ask: does anybody want to take my piece of this thing? 'Cause
Yes.
Okay.
I might as well.
Did
Edward,
my
what is
extreme
your...
from the first round do anything on this one, or is it complete?
No. This is a completely different chase check. What is your luck, Edward?
My luck is 30.
30. Okay. You are saved again, M2. You rush forwards and
other people
see...
die from my fuck ups. This is fun.
This is Call of Cthulhu. People die from your fuck-ups, but he may not die. It's okay. Meanwhile, Edward drops his piece of the Rilliard disc. He gasps.
I didn't have it.
Oh,
didn't
wait,
have
no, he
one.
doesn't. Yeah, he drops his musket off his back as he jostles over a particularly harsh piece of tunnel. He gasps and he reaches over to pick it up, and bits of rock crash down upon you as the Chthonian lurches forwards. Make a dodge check, Edward.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
that
my
is
god.
extreme.
That's beautiful.
Okay,
That's
here
beautiful.
we go. It lashes at you with its thick body and the tongues lurching out of its mouth. But you leap forward, slinging your musket over your shoulder and continuing to run. You each take a hard, sharp turn to the right. You see a gang of serpent people. They raise their spears and begin to run towards you. So you turn around and barrel in the opposite direction, running up a narrow incline, getting closer and closer. The darkness begins to dissipate, being replaced by a dim light. However, not enough to see. I would now like Christopher to make a luck check, please.
That is... What's my luck again? That is a pass. That's a 60.
Once again, the image on the goggles flickers, and for longer than a second, it remains gone, and you resign yourself to being trapped in the darkness, but then it starts up again.
Oh, thank
Not
Christ.
quite as clear as before, and with strange visual glitches across the screen. The words "battery low" are blinking over and over in the upper right-hand corner. You continue running. You can see the surface just ahead, the dim light leading in from that fake cottage built into the cliff face, and you're almost about to make it when the Chthonian lashes the side of the tunnel with its thick body. The tunnel shakes, and then ahead of you, there's a crash as large portions of rock begin to break off the ceiling and crash down, blocking your way out. Everyone, jump checks, please.
Oh, shit.
what?
I have this too.
Okay,
Actually,
what's the...
nope,
Pass.
Where,
well, shit. So,
oh my goodness, actually a pass.
Where is the jump?
It's below
Under
intimidate.
intimidate.
Oh, below
If you don't have
intimidate.
it- if you don't have it, you'll need
Yes,
20.
yes, that is a pass. 19.
What's jump natural?
20.
Okay. So the only one who failed here was Charlie.
Yep.
Oh no.
Alright, Charlie.
Oh no.
Pieces of rock and debris begin to drop down in front of you. You all leap out of the way, except for Charlie. He leaps to the right when a piece of debris drops down in front of him. He chose the wrong direction. You hear Charlie swear under his breath as he stands in front of the debris, looking briefly around for a way out. He sees it, but it's going to be difficult. I need you to make a hard dex check with disadvantage, Charlie.
Oh.
Okay.
Come on,
well,
buddy.
okay. Okay, well, first roll is a 3, so that's fun. All I have to do is make sure I don't fuck up the second roll. And it was nice knowing you.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
You rush forward, squeezing through the last gap you can, and you're nearly home free. Behind you, the rock bursts as the Chthonian gains on you. It gnashes with its multiple tongues. You try to run as fast as you can, and you feel one of the tongues begin to wrap itself around your ankle.
Can he throw the his piece?
Make a... he can. You may sacrifice the Rillier disc by throwing it, or you may make a hard dodge or fighting brawl check.
You know what? I'm gonna throw the disc. I'm gonna throw the disc to the others.
At the Chthonian or at everyone else? Alright? You grab the disc and you close your eyes as you hurl it overhead towards the entrance. The tongue wraps itself around your ankle and begins pulling you into the Chthonian's gnashing mouth. Make a luck check, please.
I passed by 1.
Oh.
Holy shit.
The Chthonian opens its mouth wide and begins slobbering as it pulls you in. You have one glimpse of Edward bending over to pick up the Rillier disc, and then the lips of the Chthonian jam shut and begin crushing you. You feel an overbearing weight. You feel your bones beginning to crush and strain, nearly about to break. And then the creature opens its mouth, rears up, and hisses as it spits you out forward through the shaft.
Nani?
Take 2 points of bashing damage as you land at the foot of the cave. Behind you, you see the Chthonian, its mouth frothing, bubbles oozing out, and then, miraculously, it stops chasing you. In fact, almost instinctually, it hisses, and as its mouth begins to be overtaken by white bubbles oozing out onto the floor, it descends, retreating back into the darkness. And that's when you look down and notice the pocket of your pants. Residue of salt.
Oh no.
You gotta be fucking with me.
Wow.
Particles of salt left on your trouser pants.
You just
from
love
when
doing this
you-
to us now because of last week.
Well, if he failed his luck, he wouldn't have had the salt, and he would have died.
Ah.
And
Why
a
shouldn't I just-
Chthonian, only deals 1d6 damage plus damage bonus, but its damage bonus is 8d6.
Oh.
So, yeah. When you were escaping from the ghost yesterday in Hancock's house, you must have brushed against the doorway and got a tiny bit of salt on your trousers. Enough that you wouldn't have noticed you had more concerning things going on, but enough that the Chthonian was able to taste it and reject you as something inedible. Okay, here comes the outro music.
Right, we all survived. Holy shit, we all survived.
How did we all survive?
Why am I still alive?
That's so unimpressive.
I know, right? I don't think he likes Call of Cthulhu.
He just wants to die so he doesn't have to play. Okay. And yeah, you escape as the tunnel collapses behind you with all 3 pieces of the Rillier disc in your possession.
Success!
The complete disc kept out of the hands of the Order. Enough to save the world, or at least you hope. But there is still the matter of the Ark of Lactose, apparently, being searched of as we speak in California, and the ritual of Ray's Rillier itself, and who knows where that is buried. You spend a few days in Cannich recovering from your traumatic experience, and then you decide you've had enough of the bleak grey clouds and make your way quickly back to the States.
Time for another boat trip, Captain.
Oh my god, Smithy, I swear to God.
Okay, Sun rewards. For dispelling the ghost of Henry Hancock, you each gain 1d6 San.
Nice, 4.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
For getting all 3 pieces of the Rillier disc, you earn 1d6 San.
Oh. Nothing.
You got nothing from 1d6?
Well, technically it's a 6, but I assumed it's a 0 because it's an L sign.
Oh, right. But no, it's a 6 then, because it's just a d6.
Oh, okay.
There's no 0 on a d6. Okay, and finally, for everyone surviving 2 weeks in a row, you each gain 1d8, San.
Oh, damn.
Alright, I have more sand than when I started.
Lovely.
Mhm. Same.
Same with
my
Charlie.
Hey, ooh.
Oh,
Okay. You each gain another 10 skill points and 5 Cthulhu Mythos points. In addition, we have books that you managed to liberate in the downtime. The 5 books from Hancock's house and the book True Magic from the cottage. So who would like to read which?
well, I
try
took
True
the
Magic.
5 books originally.
Alright, so you're going to read the 5 books. I would like you to please make an own language check.
That is a pass.
Oh, can I push that?
Wait,
Yes, you
what?
can.
Are we
He's
both-
reading a book as well. He's
Oh,
reading the
okay.
other book, True Magic.
Cool.
Oh, that's a hot
Okay.
pot.
Okay, so first of all, the 5 books you liberated from Hancock's home. These 5 books appear to be books about the supernatural and the occult, more focused on the occult than the mythos, and don't have a lot of mythos content, but they border on dangerous topics. And so, you don't lose any San, but you do gain 5d3 Cthulhu Mythos points.
5d3, holy
5d3.
shit.
1d3 from each book. 8. In addition, you gain 5d3 occult points.
Yeah.
Also 8. Okay, meanwhile, Wilbur, the book True Magic. This is True Magic, the English translation, written by one Theophilus Wen in the 17th century. This version is a copy in 19th century longhand of the original manuscript with no major errors. It is a veritable encyclopedia of devil's lore. Sun check, please.
Pass.
You lose 1d4 san.
Ooh,
However, you
okay,
gain
that's a good book.
However, you gain 6 points of Cthulhu mythos and learn the spell Summon Star Vampire.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh, we just
Very
need
well.
to learn how to make elder signs.
Yes. Your return trip to the States is uneventful, and for most of you, it's a chance to relax and lick your wounds after your traumatic sojourn in Scotland. But despite this, you have high spirits, as somehow yet again you tempted fate, and all came out of it relatively unharmed. And so you can't help feeling unusually happy as you relax on the voyage back to America. All of you, save for Dan Blythe, who once again spends the voyage locked up in his cavern. And you never hear from him for the entire week, save for the third night where you're all woken up from peaceful sleeps by a sound from the cabin next to you.
Oh, God. Oh, that's going to be fun to clean up.
And that concludes this week's episode.
Actually, I've still got things. First, I failed my luck check.
Oh,
Yep.
do we? Yeah.
You get luck checks. You always get those at the end of every session.
Yeah, I just rolled it. I got a 95. So failed that.
So you want to fail?
Failed mine.
Yep.
Of course, I succeed in this one.
How much do we get for that?
You get 1d10 if you fail it. If your luck is 30 or below, however, you get 1d20.
Yeah, well,
Mine's 30 and I still passed.
Wow. You're doing well, Edward. You have real life luck here.
And also, I would like to give my night vision goggles and the batteries to Wilbur so he can tinker around with.
I was going to say I can give you my night vision goggles since I haven't used mine.
Give him 2 sets.
No, I was going to say
back
give
up
mine
to
to the
get the
captain
red
so
one.
he still has one.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's right, yeah. Give the captain your set, and then give the captain your set, and then the captain's original set can go to Wilbur and he can tinker with them.
Yep, and see if we can get normal pairs of batteries working with.
It's going to be difficult, but you can try. You'll need to collaborate with Dan Blythe on this. I would like you to make a hard mechanical repair check, please, Wilbur.
No, it's a foul.
Yep, no. You would like to push it?
Broke it. Actually, can I do something instead? Instead
Yes.
of trying to adapt the batteries, can I just try and adapt the basis of the technology into a scope for the gun that works on normal power?
Maybe. I will require a normal mechanical repair check in that case then.
No, that is a hard pass.
However, you still need someone with some knowledge of electronics. So, Dan Blythe, please make an elec repair check.
I do have elec repair as well.
Oh damn!
Well, that's okay. He passed.
Yeah.
You work together, and using Dan's knowledge of infrared and lighting, which he often sees put into use in his work as a film producer, you manage to adapt the technology into a form that you can use as a scope on your air rifle, powered by conventional power, so long as you remember to charge it regularly.
Cool.
Lovely. And that concludes this week's episode. Thank you everyone for joining us. And I hope you will join us next week for episode 6, where the investigators travel to the other lead they were given to California in episode 6 of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth, Devil's Canyon.
Yay! And after this, I would like to speak to you and M1. So you guys stay on. Alright, so I shall be back. I'll just end the stream.
Yep.
Alright guys, there you have it. Episode 5 of Shadows of Yog-Sothoth. I'd like to thank everyone who's joined. Benzie and Remy for the generous donations. Smithy, you can go to hell with Edward. God damn it. Thank you everyone. And a big thank you to Anthony who followed on Twitch as well. You guys are awesome, and I will see you guys next time. Until then,